on. All right. So will recap myself. Um, we left off after barely escaping towards the infamous ruins of Thine. Your group had suffered second casualty as you fatally lost another of your comrades to hideous creature from that lurked in the darkness. But luckily, during the evasion, you had finally managed to escape the clutches of the Underdark as you reached the surface back to the misty Haverlock Forest. It was that moment when you had the chance to grieve, say your goodbyes to tiny troubadour, Gillian, as you laid her remains to rest in a small grove. After saying your goodbyes, you pushed forward, managing your way back to the camp with the rest of the group of explorers. When you arrived, you found an anxious group as they had spent the last few nights fending off marauders, as they say. Though the reunion was had between Rena and Waynen is seemed to be with some issues between them. This moment, you finally had the chance to rest after escaping, especially the clutches of the dark caverns. And the morning came. You set off to Vanir finally. Along the way, you also ran into giant forest creatures that seemed to be migrating, and luckily, upon meeting their gaze, they seemed indifferent. When they passed by, they didn't seem aggressive. I mean, the fact that they did notice you was kind of heart-wrenching at first, but they moved on. This is a new mystery that adds to just the misty forest itself. But then you pressed on, and as the sun began to reach the horizon, Theo, you discovered a large grove which appeared to have the remains of what looks like a battle had taken place many ages ago. You begin to notice how over time the forest had reclaimed the grove, actually. It was when you found what looked like the remains of an ancient automaton, a mechanical figure covered with overgrown flora. Just the torso and head. Theo, as you begin to investigate, you notice some of the parts scattered around, half buried. And that was when Hellscream, it was when you noticed the threads of power that you then activated as you pulled against them. When you assist Theo, you notice that this mechanical figure began to move as it snapped to life. You see the debris falling off, like flaking off in this semi-smooth metallic face. As you see what looks like slits for eyes begin to glow a pale green, along with streaks emanating from its torso. You see various areas that glow, like from certain areas that look like it has cracked from just the wear and tear from over time from this mechanical figure. As it shifts its head with confusion towards the group, looking around. What do you guys do as you see this figure? Theo, you've never seen anything like this in all of your ingenuity and your research and in everyone back home in terms of their creations. This is a new wonder to marvel.
By the gods, this is amazing. Can you hear me? Can you see me?
Misty, at this point, you begin to feel the uh, the urge to move as you begin to see these figures in front of you. You see in front of you a well-groomed looking male with uh, with clothing adorned of that worn, but of course looking though he's come from some lineage. And right next to him, you see another with a face of a mask of some odd metallic shade. Do you wish to react towards them?
Can I?
You, at this point, only feel what you feel ghost limbs around you. Like you feel that the the absence of your legs and your arms, though you do feel the freedom of your neck at this point.
I'm just gonna, looking. If I have eyelids, blink them a few times.
Yeah, Theo and Hell Screamers, you guys are right in front of this marvel, this something so foreign. You see as it looks upon you, and these clicking like shutters as you see its eyes pretty much calibrating itself as you see the figure finally blinking its eyes properly towards you,
You know that
acknowledging you.
thing curious dogs do? And the little, like, head cock? That's what I'm doing.
Ellie, have you seen anything like this? I can't hear you.
Is that working better? Yeah, there we go. The video wasn't picking up. I was talking a bit. I was hoping you could tell me.
In all my years of ingenuity and engineering, I've never seen anything like this. I'm quite fascinated. But it looks like it's alive. Quickly, gather the what seems to be limbs. Help me on the barrier.
I get to digging, or scab, or at least grabbing and looking around.
Do you think that's wise to do that, Theo?
Well, what's do you see any danger here? What are you afraid of?
Well, since we've lost two members of our party, and picking up something new like this, I don't know. I've never seen anything like it. Why would we immediately trust it?
Well, it looks harmless to me right now. I just want to study it. This could be some
Study it in
technology.
pieces?
Yes, we need to gather all the pieces first. I need to see the complete picture, the puzzle. Have you seen anything like this before?
Have I seen anything like this before?
No, you've never heard nor have seen anything. You've never read anything within the books, within the monastery. Nothing comes to mind. It is totally foreign idea seeing a mechanical figure such as what you see laid before you.
I've never seen anything like this. It looks unnatural.
What about Mechanicus? Does he know anything?
Go ahead and roll a history check, actually.
21.
You have definitely read in certain tomes indicating figures that were of mechanical nature, um, in experimental research. And as far as what you've uncovered within the Arcasians, like Arcasian archives that were recovered.
Theo, my boy, I believe it is best for us to leave this here and be on our way.
But why? What
Because
are
we
you
do
afraid
not
of?
know what this thing does, and if you were to rebuild it, what it would be capable of doing. The ancients say these things weren't even completely tested back then. It was completely experimental what they were doing. And we have no idea what this thing will do if we were to put it back together.
Well, let's not put it back together, but I cannot turn my back on such an amazing discovery. At least, well, never mind. I can't leave this here. Someone else can get a hold of it and do something worse. At least, with my care and my observations, I will do my best to control it.
This is not a good idea. Now, we've already lost Meliodas, we have lost Jillian, and who else do we have to lose in order for you to take things seriously?
I must stand my ground here. If you're afraid, I cannot convince you to feel otherwise. But this is how I feel. I must study it. I need to know.
You need to know what?
I need to know the mechanisms and how this works. It could be vital for. I can't say too much, but it is important to me. That's all you need to know. Now, I won't put it together. I don't even know how. But perhaps there is some knowledge to gain here from this discovery.
Or perhaps the knowledge that initially made whatever this is was intended to be lost because it was dangerous. Not all discoveries are good. Some things are best left forgotten.
I look at the ottoman, ottoman, automaton.
All right.
On the forehead, do I see anything carved? Any kind of special symbols?
He does have, as you look upon it, you do see that this figure is very much akin to be reminiscent of a female figure. You do notice that she does have an odd marking.
Where though?
And there is an odd marking on her forehead. As you do observe it, you know what? Go ahead and roll an investigation check,
Okay.
while you're at it.
16.
16. Um, as you at this point start to observe and really try to figure out exactly, perhaps, if this thing has any sort of origins from somewhere, perhaps. You do notice a lot of worn areas. Make it kind of hard to to notice the actual surface as intended, you do notice that there is a on her shoulder.
Like the purpose of the invention, like
Yes, yeah, on her shoulder, on her back. You notice that there is looks like there is some sort of inscription, and some of it looks like it's faded. It doesn't really look. It doesn't look whole because of just the wear and tear or just the scuffs that kind of scrapes across it. Actually, um, as you look at the inscription, you don't recognize it. It does kind of ring, it does remind you of what you've encountered in the ruins of Thine. Some of the markings and sigils that you had come across before.
I look at the ring that I had. Does it look similar to the inscription on the in the ring?
The inscription of the rim, from what you remembered, it's more arcanic based in the arts
Okay.
of arcana.
Is are you almost done digging? No scream.
Oh, Hellscream. Yeah, at this point, you're saying you kind of trying to dig around it.
Yeah, pick her out and everything like that.
Right.
Just because of what they were talking, I still kept digging.
Right. So as you're there and you're basically just using whatever tools that you have in your hand. You notice that as you keep digging around the torso in the lower half, you notice that as you keep going further down, you notice that part of her body is kind of more in like metallic and wooden vines, in the nature of like vines, are kind of rooting in deep.
Almost like if she's like really stuck.
Almost like, yeah, almost like as if she's just a piece of uh like
Earth,
something that
thrown into
like
the
something
earth?
that's kind of just as you, I mean, it looks like it's just deeper. Not that she's a part of the earth, it just looks like it just definitely kind of like a tree into the ground, so to speak, almost. As you know, you notice that the figure at this point, the underneath the areas that have all this dirt that you're removing, you could see that the figure underneath it is definitely more preserved because it's not out in the elements. You can see that there is this shiny metallic parts of it mixed with some polished looking wood. You know, at least, you know, as you kind of remove some of the debris off.
Yeah. So I keep going at it.
You gonna keep going at it?
Yeah.
Okay.
Leo wants a new toy.
All right. What is the rest? What is the rest of you doing at this point? You see at this point Thumric and the rest of the explorers. They're kind of just as wondrous as the rest of you are, as you see your surroundings, the remnants of what looks like bits and pieces and rusted pieces of metal and some portions of the grove itself. You could see the remains of old, perhaps humanoid looking creatures that probably had fallen in the past. Everyone's kind of looking around, just in a sense of kind of waiting, as the rest of you guys are just right now congregating at this one area. You see some of them actually right now putting down their bedrolls, actually, as you begin to notice that whatever light still exists is definitely already starting to fade for the night, as whatever glow you're getting is a deep amber glow from the mist. That it's kind of like this ambient color coming from it. Although, you know, the mist is definitely surrounding you, so it's hard to see exactly how far down it is.
I want to get some kindling to do some campfire.
Okay, so you're gonna go ahead and prep for for the evening.
Yeah.
I'm helping Hellscreen dig this thing out as well. Just
All right.
kind of. I put my bedroll out and I start gathering the pieces that I see that are connected somewhat to this contraption, and just start laying them out on the bedroll.
Say
And I
again.
take out my bubble. I take my bedroll out and I
Uh-huh.
start organizing the related pieces to this thing on the
Okay.
bedroll and placing them. And I'm taking out my my bubble pipe just to relax because I'm very stressed out right now.
All right. So you're just there. You're just looking at Hellscream at this point. Work. At this point,
He's doing the heavy stuff. I'm kind of like
you're,
doing the dusting.
you're just directing him. You're the clipboard holder.
Yeah,
All right.
he's used to it.
Yeah. He's just like Hellscream. You just see Theo. No. Oh, just get that other corner right there. Yeah. There you go. That's what you need to do. You're doing a good job.
Be careful with the goods.
What are the rest of you guys doing now? I know May, you're preparing for the night, and Mechanicus, what are you doing at this point? As you see Theo, he's definitely not listening, and he's very much motivated to uncover and release whatever figure this is.
Mechanicus, I mean, you can tell anybody looking at him, he's not in the best of moods. And he just makes his way kind of area of the camp away from the fire, and then lays down. Don't even get naked first. He just lays down, puts his back down, and starts going to sleep.
I didn't get that last part. I'm sorry. What was that last part you said?
He's going to sleep, but he's not getting naked this time.
Oh, he must be really sad about Jillian's death.
There you go. As you begin to prep, of course, for your evening, Theo, once again, you do see that as you are there helping out, and you know what? Go ahead and roll an intelligence check, actually.
Eight.
An 8. You do feel like whatever inscriptions that you see on this automaton's back, and you feel like they're familiar. You've seen something very similar before, but at this point you just cannot put your finger on it. It escapes you.
And he blows really hard in his bubble pipe. Damn it! It's just not making the connections. I will figure this out. I will.
And Hellscream, go ahead and roll a strength check at this point, as you feel that you've probably dug enough to perhaps feel like you can probably remove her from the ground.
Come on, you can do it.
Sheet.
Use your legs. Think of the fish.
6.
A 6. You grab onto her and just you pull, and for some reason you feel like a little twinge in your back. Oh shit! It just really caught you off guard. But she doesn't seem to be budging, even though you've gone pretty far. And based on the way the figure looks, it doesn't. I mean, you should be getting towards the end.
Take a break, buddy. Let's sleep on it, and tomorrow morning we try it again, huh?
Fine.
You do you do remember you guys do see different pieces of what you would imagine would be from the automaton. Some of it looks like it's in shambles. One you could see, especially Hellscream, as you dig up most of the dirt underneath it. You could see that you did start to uncover what looks like another piece, perhaps that belongs to her. And it looks like it's in good condition.
All right, so I pick up the piece.
Yeah, you could see part of it sticking out as you grab onto it. Takes a good tug just to remove it from the dirt, and you notice that looks like a whole arm that belongs to and the arm looks like it's intact. Actually, been buried underneath, avoiding most of the elements of just the weathered conditions from this area. Theo,
Theo.
yeah, Theo, you see it right away. You could see that it's in great condition.
And I like knock on it, like to see the type of metal.
You see
that
that
it
it's
is.
like part metal and part really like this polished wood. You see that there is an intricate hand of design. You can tell that there was a lot of time spent and resources to create something quite beautiful. As you can see that as you start rubbing off some of the dirt, you're looking at the polished finish.
Hellscream, look at this. So many things we could do with this.
Whoa!
It's
You do notice that the arm in the area where you would imagine was separated from the torso itself.
right.
It's definitely not like the other pieces where you would feel that if you salvage the other pieces, that would probably take some work and some time for you to put together and fix. But for the most part, the arm looks in good condition.
Well, it just shows what the original composition of these items should be, what we can make it look, but this craftsmanship is incredible.
Misty,
I've never seen it.
I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Hellscream, if I were to take this back home, I think we can change a lot of things. I can change a lot.
We'll get her out. We'll take her home.
Misty, you notice this arm, and right away you noticed exactly what they have. You see a sense of yourself, though you're unfamiliar with everything around you. You're unfamiliar with what you are, who you are, how you got here. Though, as you look upon Theo as he's observing, you do feel a sense of belonging.
I open my mouth to like try and talk.
As you do, Theo, you hear a kind of a humming sound with a little bit of a static end to it. It's like a really high pitch, it's kind of like a low screeching sound. As you could look upon the automaton, it has this metallic sound coming from it, acknowledging you
Look,
at this point.
Hellscream. Look, it's responding. It's alive. Speak.
Me
Speak.
or the robot?
The rope.
You don't know it's a robot.
Not you, you moron. Sometimes Look at it. It's mouthing something. This is reacting. It definitely confirms that this is all connected. It has a awareness, like it's alive. What powers you? He looks at her. And then he brings the arm closer to where, like, to see how the arm would match to the torso. Is this what you need? Hellscream, ready your blade just in case.
You said you were approaching her?
Yes, with the arm, just kind of looking to see the arm socket to see how it would connect.
Okay, yeah. You begin to approach her and you start looking. You definitely see some matching complements.
Components,
Like you can see it as it complements itself. And as soon as you begin to pretty much fill in the gaps as it looks like it fits together, you see what looks like vines just spring out to life as it just starts to stitch each other. And you see this glow that was initially just kind of like her eyes, the way they glow, and the pieces, like the cracks that's kind of like around her torso. You see some of that green hue aura also just spring to life at the ends, kind of like fiber optics, as it just spring together. Misty, at this point you feel the arm, as the ghost limb that you were feeling before dissipates, as you feel the tips of your fingers at this point.
Whoa.
You hear a high pitch. You hear the high pitch joy that came out of the It's like a metallic high pitch, like joyful sound that came out of it.
It's definitely a female. And it's like that. It seems it is good, but we don't know its intention, its alignment. Just stay back and stay aware. It only has one arm now and a mouth.
Elscream, you gave up the attempt, or I wasn't sure what you were saying before.
No, I'm gonna look at it one last time, and like one of those, like just right before going to bed, I just kind of like got upset, so I just went over there real quick, and I'm gonna try to yank the body out.
All right. You're gonna go up to the body. As Misty, you see Hellscream once again, this odd-looking figure, face kind of metallic, as you notice the weird patterns of metallic color, actually, as he begins to grab you, and you see him try to pry you out. Do you allow him to grab you and pull you out?
Yes.
All right. Go ahead and roll another strength. Say again?
They gave me my arm back, so maybe he'll give me my legs back too.
There you go. Go ahead and roll another strength check.
10.
You know what? If you haven't rolled with advantage, roll with advantage. As
It's 10.
You rolled double 10, bro?
10 and 9.
Okay. All right. You grab onto her, and as you pull, you feel she begins to budge, and as you look down, where the rest of her body is kind of buried in, you see at this point what looks like the same thing that you saw within the arm and shoulder, how it kind of a stitch. You see what looks like vines start retracting from underneath her, as you see it slowly pull out of the ground. And as you keep pulling, she's no longer buried. As you picked her up, and you're trying with all your might, and it kind of catches you off guard as you try to pick her up, and you jerk yourself unknowingly, almost falling back while holding on to her. As right now you're just holding just the torso that's kind of like you see underneath it just bits and pieces of strands of vine and metal under, like, basically, as you can see, this it's kind of destroyed from underneath, and you're holding on to this so to speak torso figure with an arm. Very odd feeling as you're kind of holding on to the, you know, almost humanoid looking figure, but not whole.
Yeah, you did it. Fascinating. Did it just... Is it me, or did it let you do that? Hellspring. Are you dumbfounded as I am? You are dumbfounded.
Bueller. I don't know if you heard you.
Oh no. It seems like he's entranced with her.
Oh,
So
there he goes. That's what happened.
It's the Matrix.
You broke him. Theo, you're taken aback too as you see the rest of her torso. You can see parts of it missing and parts of it kind of ripped off and ruined. You know, there's areas as you look upon it, and your techie, your mind of ingenuity, as you look upon this the form of this mechanical creature, you start thinking and calculating of all the possible things you can do, and probably you know, as far as fixing the rest of her or whatnot. Well, of course, with, you know, with your time and tools and a workshop.
Yes.
You do notice, of course, the other pieces that are in shambles that can possibly be salvaged as well. Think about it this way: it's kind of like C-3PO when they found him in pieces, essentially.
Exactly. That's exactly what I'm thinking. Now, from just like looking at the overlay of everything, how much do I have the components of her? Like 80%, 90%?
A high amount. You as you look upon, you definitely have at least an 80% capacity of, and there's probably other materials you might fill the gap with, you know, with things that you could probably get if you were in a place with good resources.
Do I see legs?
You do see legs. They both look like not only is it like a hole, it's like the joints itself. It's kind of like you have like a leg from like the knee down and like the thigh that kind of separated.
No, I meant like overall, like if I were to put the legs together, eventually I would have them.
Right. Yeah. Like I said, you have like overall as a whole, you feel like you have a good 80%, but the rest you would have to fabricate yourself if you really want her to feel like she's whole. Yeah.
Okay. All right. Put her down there, Hellspring, and I put the rest of the components, like I just rolled it up in my bedroll.
Okay.
For now.
So you start gathering all the pieces that you find.
And just tie it up into like this bundle thing, and then I have Hellscream put her near where my things are.
Just
and
I guess work mule.
Say again.
You've done well. You'll get a fish. A very big fish soon. You've earned it.
But just one.
just one fish. The very best.
Your tap.
My tab, of
Yes.
course. Now rest up. We'll need your strength tomorrow, as always.
Yeah. I go and get ready for bed.
So you guys begin to start prepping yourselves. Start prepping yourselves for the night. Jillian, you're just kind of like propped against something, and you're just kind of looking around. Rest does not come, and you're so excited because you're just looking around, and everything is so foreign. You see these new people, this old person. Who's that old guy? Who's that? Yeah, they're laying down. Seems pretty grumpy, but you know what? It's
I
all
Seems to
yeah.
be like,
Isn't seeing all that.
Say again.
Super hope Jillian isn't seeing all that. I'm not my name anymore. I died.
As the night passes through, as you guys start beginning to close for the night for rest, who's gonna be taking the first watch? Actually, as you do notice that you are out in the open in this grove, in this large grove. As you begin to see all the explorers, the men from Guild of Letters, they're all down for the night. You do see Thumruk. They're kind of sharpening one of his blades. Looks like he's just kind of staring off into the mist from an odd angle. Who will be?
I'll take the first Raj. I'll take it.
All right. So while the rest of you sleep, Theo, go ahead and roll a perception check. 19. You finally get to just sit down after a good day's walk from the ruin. You begin to, of course, think of this possible new discovery that no one's ever experienced before. You are just flooded with so many ideas, right? So many possibilities. Wondering what would what everyone think back home if you were to reveal this new thing that's capturing your imagination right now. But you looking around, same time vigilant as you always were. You were in the core. Nothing really catches your attention as you sit there in thought, though. The next couple of hours just comes and goes. Nothing to report.
I walk over to May. I wake her up.
Sorry, time to get up.
Not quite, but do you mind relieving me from watch duty?
Yeah, that's fine.
I appreciate it.
May. You go ahead and roll another perception check as well.
Crit 1, a 3.
I'm sorry, I didn't get that.
It's a crit fail.
It's okay. It's a natural 1. It's been a very hard couple of days. Very hard. As you sit there, memories flashes by as you begin to wonder. How long has it been since you've known your small friend? you're so deep into this thought of distraction, and you don't even notice a stag walks by not too far from the camp. You spend the rest of your watch just trying to think of the happy thoughts. Nothing happens though. It becomes peaceful, but yet very rough watch. And who will be the next?
May's gonna walk over to Mechanicus.
Oh, okay. Hold on a second. Before you do go towards Mechanicus and you're snapping out of these thoughts, you do notice how this odd thing, you don't even know what it is, what to call it. As far as the I say the ingenuity behind the technology, you're pretty foreign about it. Growing up, you had nothing reminiscent any type of modern technology, and far from it even more as you stare at this figure as she sits in a corner, or lay against something actually. As you see move around and look around wondrously, you see it raise its hand and begin to create flower from a vine. See it grow right in front of you. A beautiful flower. How's the flower look, Misty?
Oh, have you ever seen Tangled?
Yeah.
Yeah. I don't know how to describe that, but it's very, very yellow, very glowy, very pretty.
Against May's better judgment, she's very allured by this glowing bright yellow flower. So she's gonna walk over, not like super close to this thing, but she wants to take a better look at this flower.
Okay. Yet you approach this figure. As you do so, wondering about this act, you notice right away the markings. Just like Rayshawn had mentioned before, how one wonders how you even understand this language. It is the language of the Siren, as he puts it. As you see parts of it faded and probably rubbed away, or part of it just removed from sheer just in general damage and scuffs or whatnot, you do make out partial of the inscription itself. Can't read part of it because of that, and the rest that you can read, it almost reads like, almost looks like Voxy. But there's some other part missing in front of it and behind it. But the only part you can read, it says Voxy.
I just kind of just say it casually because I'm just surprised to see the markings, and I'm honestly now curious to see if there's any more markings, since I don't normally see this type of writing.
You begin to look at her around.
So, as May gets closer, I want to point out that the flower is not a glowing, beautiful flower. Like, It's just a wildflower.
She did see a glow come out from it though as you crafted it. There was a yet very faint aura as you were creating this flower, and as it began to bloom, and as it bloomed at the very end, like at the very end of its bloom, that glow did dissipate. So the flower is very much natural in front of you, so to speak.
I want to touch the petal to see if it's actually real.
You reach out to it. You let her reach out to that, Misty. As you do, and you rub your fingers through it. You feel the silkiness from it. As you get close, you smell the fresh smell that it's no mistaking. It's very much real. It smells real, looks real, it feels real as you're rubbing in against your fingertips.
So I'm gonna sit down like on my knees, just facing her, and yeah, that was Toby. And I'm gonna speak in Siren to her and just be like, since I only saw Boxy, I'm just gonna call her that, and I'm like, Boxy, how did you do this? I've never seen anything like it. And see if she actually responds with me speaking in this language.
Voxy, go ahead and roll a wisdom check.
13.
13. You try to respond to her. Funny enough, you understand what she's saying. And in response, it's like a struggle coming out. But it's very much like one word that came out of that. And whatever word she said, May, was very much kind of metallic sound, like you had a sense of metallic screeching sound, not very loud and ear piercing, but you could see that she is struggling to kind of say something, and whatever she's saying is like whatever one word you did comprehend.
So she can move this arm and hand.
She has
right?
she has one arm, essentially just a fully attached, fully articulate. Like she can move her fingers very much. Without her fingers, she won't even be able to create that beautiful flower, actually, as you saw her fingers move at a very much akin to how Mechanicus creates his somatic components for a spell, essentially.
Since there's kind of like loose dirt from Hellscream digging around her, I'm gonna pull some together and flatten it out, and I'm gonna look to Boxy and speak to Siren. I'm like, it seems you have a hard time talking. Can you set the flower down, and then I'll start writing out. Is it easier for you to spell out instead of talking? What is your name?
Because of the wisdom check, I'm gonna give you kind of like that one word answer that you can kind of spell out for her. So it's up to you, whatever you want to respond with.
Me?
Yes, you. She's talking to you. By the 5, I cannot believe it.
She's asking me what my name is.
Was that what you said? You said you were asking.
I was asking what her name is. Yeah.
Right. Oh, you don't know what your name is.
No, I know. I'm gonna
Yeah.
like is.
Yeah.
Hmm. And I just kind of look at it and I'm like, just between me and you, you're Voxy. And then I just kind of look back at her, just more instead of like a being afraid, just out of a curiosity of just what this thing is. And I look back at the flower, and I stand up, dust off the dirt, and I'm gonna go wake up my Canicus.
All right. Canicus, you are approached by May as she wakes you up in your deep slumber.
What is it that you want?
It's your turn on watch.
I never agreed to take watch, but thank you for offering.
You need to take watch.
Well,
So, you know what? Never mind. I'm gonna go to Thumric.
Okay.
Wake him up.
You approach Thumric. You do see as you approach him, you do see him. He's kind of he's a twitcher, like while he sleeps. As you see him, his hand begin to just kind of twitch around, like kind of reaching for something.
I just gently nudge him with my foot. Thumric, wake up.
As soon as you approach him and gently touch him, he just wakes up. Nah, you cannot surprise the dwarf like that! And he grabs onto your leg, like really scared. And he looks at you. Oh, sorry about that.
Good.
What time is it?
It's time for your watch.
Oh, well, I did not agree for watch, but why not? Oh, just give me a minute, lass. You see him getting up. He's like doing his like weird, old man like, stocky dwarf stretching. It's a little odd. It's very much kind of like dwarven yoga. See him just cracking weird angles. But he takes his watch. He does so. He looks back at you before you kind of head off. Who shall I wake after done with my watch?
I guess the choice is yours. Ask one of the other guys here. I would suggest
Oh, yeah.
not the old man. He ain't gonna do it.
Well, were you the first for a watch? I mean, I don't want to wake who's ever done it before, shall I?
Theo was the first one on watch.
Right. Theo. Well, you have a pleasant night.
Thank you.
Shortly after, as the rest of you head off to bed, Hellscream. He approaches you. Lad, wake up. As he's just kind of nudging you with a stick, actually.
The fuck? I wake up.
It's your time for the watch. I shall have my beauty sleep. Shall continue on.
I just grunt and start watching.
Well, I'm sure you can take care of the rest of it. The sun shall come up probably in the next 2 hours or so.
Fine.
Well, I'd best be off, get my little nap. Yeah, you just see him just rush back to his bedroll. You start to put your hands underneath your mask and rub whatever crustiness that's accumulating in your eyes while you're out in the wilderness. You're used to it. You're not used to all this moisture, though, unfortunately. It's so much more humidity in the air. You miss that dryness from back home. It's getting a little out of hand. Just being in this mist, just dampening everything, and feel parts that you are wearing just filled with condensation. Go ahead and roll a perception check as you begin to ready yourself for the rest of the watch.
Easy perception. 20.
20. You kind of look around, seeing possibly the best place to take post, like an advantage area as far as looking around. You find it. You feel pretty confident in your location and everything else. Perhaps approach the camp. You should probably have good eyes on. Something does catch your. You see very much. It just shade. Definitely a shadow within the mist. First, it didn't catch your attention until it started moving. You lock eyes onto this shadow in the mist as you ready your weapon. Not sure what it is. Could be another critter, another animal of the wild. Figure stops. That's what really gets your attention. The fact that it stopped. What's really bothering you. See this figure. The mist, it's still kind of rolling around, and as it does, as you see parts of the mist dissipate and evaporate around this shadow, you notice that shadow is definitely more humanoid. Not like of a stag or some wolf, four-legged creature. No, it's stays there. What do you do?
Does it see me?
You don't know. You just see a figure. Looks possibly humanoid, and it's not moving.
I walk towards it.
Okay. You begin to approach. You have your eyes locked onto the figure. You're holding onto your halberd.
Yes.
You walk towards it. The mist is still passing through. You get maybe about 20 feet closer, and the figure suddenly stopped being there. Actually, you kind of lost it. Looking around now, what do you do?
I lost the figure.
It's not there anymore. Whatever shadowy figure was there that seemed to be just staying there is no longer there.
So if that's the case, I start backtracking slowly, but with like my weapon held forward.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right, so you just come back to camp, like just try to get your position back.
Yeah.
Okay. You begin to approach the camp again. You didn't really walk off much. You had a couple of steps towards it as you begin to walk backwards, looking around. Now at this point you're at uneased, on alert for sure.
Mm-hmm.
As you get back to your post, but nothing else happens. You're in alert. You're trying to figure out maybe this figure will come. You know, if it is trying to do something, that's the case, but nothing follows. As you finish, you begin to notice the day begin to brighten up. Morning comes as you could see the amber glow coming from the coming through from the mist. Even though it's this thick mist, you can feel some of the warmth coming from that orangey glow, as you would imagine where the sun is coming from. Everyone else, you feel this warm glow, and not only that, you do begin to hear the chirping of the birds as it begins to resonate throughout the morning.
As that happens, I go look for breakfast.
All right. You go look foraging for breakfast, or you will, because everybody still has horse rations. Just a heads up, you guys are, of course, in the grace of what you would imagine is like perhaps the ley lines. As when you rest in this area, for some odd reason, you feel as proverbial, just better rested. You recover all your spell points, all your abilities, as you would for a long rest. There is a system that I kind of changed, and for a short explanation, if you are not within these areas of power, you still can take a long rest. I've changed that now. But when you do take a long rest, you will be using your hit points. Your hit die for hit points. When you do finish a long rest, just like in the rules, you do recover half of your hit points. So always pay attention to your hit dies. Hit dies. You recover your hit dies, not hit. Half your hit dies get recovered with every long rest. But if you're not in the grace of the place of power, essentially, or area of power, you have to use your hit die in order for you to get your hit points back. I removed the whole short rest instead, where I had you take a short rest instead of a long rest. So it's you take a long rest, but instead, like I said, hit dies are used. You guys wake up. You begin to notice everyone gathering their belongings and packing up for the continued journey back towards Vanir, the long route. Since you guys have chosen taking the path that you would have to go north in order for you to circle around the giant cliffs that are towards the west. You remember you did come through. You did climb through the cliff in order for you to get to where you are, but you are avoiding the cliff at this point, so that's why it's taking you much longer to get back, as you guys agreed upon the previous days.
Okay, I've got a question.
Sure.
I didn't use my divination rolls for my last rest.
All right.
Do I re-roll them?
If you are satisfied, you know what? If you're satisfied, what's the rule say? Actually, I don't know if you have to roll or you may roll. Does it say have to or may roll? We'll just go based on that. If you have to roll, if it says may, you can keep the old one, and if it just says that you have to roll, you obviously will roll for it for new divination rolls essentially. We'll just go based on, the way it's written.
It says when you finish a long rest, roll 2d20s and record the numbers rolled.
Yeah, so you would have to. It doesn't say you may. I would say if it would say you may, that means you can keep the old ones.
Okay. Well, guys, I just lost a crit 20.
Fuck. All right, there goes your new ones. I will keep that. Man, that was a lost opportunity, man. Sorry. Well, I'm this new mechanic. I would assume it's a little easier for you guys now, since you guys can get your abilities back every day at least. But now you have to pay attention to your health. That's the drawback now that I'm doing instead. Which is, you know, the whole grittiness that I've been trying to do. So I feel like it pays off a little better that way. So you guys are up. You hear the beautiful songs coming from the wildlife flying around you. You do see, and at this point, since you are in a much more illuminated time of day, you do see around you. You can see that there are parts of the grove that were obvious. Like off to the end, you can tell that there's an obvious memorial, sort of like a what looks like a small grave for like individuals. And this is not in the middle of it. It's kind of like towards the end. You can see it from a distance, even though the mist is still just all over as far as visibility. But with the morning sun, the visibility is a little higher.
I'm gonna start helping everyone pack up.
Okay. You're gonna start helping pack up. Hellscream, I know you're gonna go off to try to figure out how to do breakfast. I don't know if you want to forage or hunt, or just go based on what you have in your inventory. The rest of you guys as well. We're still doing the you don't have to worry about it now, since I'm sure your hit dies are fine. But we can still do meal rules per rest, which is, you know, you get your short rest at least twice a day, and then get your long rest. And each one you can have a meal to recover at least one hit die if you have a successful meal. But the rest of you guys, I know Voxy is kind of just staying in place. I'm not sure what Voxy's doing right now. He doesn't suffer from hunger or fatigue. Mechanicus?
Mechanicus wakes up and he's sitting on the ground just staring at everybody. He's not really saying anything, but he's looking around at everyone confused.
Confused? Okay. May, go ahead and roll a perception check while you're at it. As you're kind of helping around. 5. Gonna be a no on your end. I don't know if you can hear me, Theo. Go ahead and let me know what you're doing. Wireless mic and headphones thing. That's probably a hard no then. He can't hear me. Alright, let's wait till he gets back. Oh, there he goes.
I can hear you. I can hear you. I had my headphones.
Nah, yeah, it's alright. So everyone's kind of getting ready in the morning. I'm not sure what you want to do at this time as you see everyone gathering themselves. You see Hellscream. I don't know what Hellscream you're doing. What are you doing? You're foraging, hunting?
Foraging.
Okay.
Go foraging.
Go ahead and roll a survival check. Theo, you do notice that Hellscream is kind of wandering off from the camp at this point.
Fucking 9.
A 9?
I just neatly package my things and all the parts that I found into my bag.
Okay.
And then I tie her torso onto my bag and like kind of put it on my, kind of like how Chewbacca was carrying C-3PO.
So you're gonna carry Boxy like C-3PO?
Yeah.
She is equivalent to like another humanoid. So I would say What is your strength?
Not that amazing.
Say again.
Not amazing, but
Yeah, what's your strength score?
-1, 9.
You are having a rough time holding on to her. If you do carry her, you will go at least half your speed. Hellscream, I just noticed you posted that. Master Geographic experience. Don't recall. The best thing you did find, honestly, is running like a small running stream. Unfortunately, you didn't find anything with that 9 you rolled that you can that you forage for substance as like food essentially. You did find what looks like fresh water though.
That's good. I just take like a nice little handful for myself.
All right, yeah, you just go towards it.
I don't think I have anything to carry it, so
You should have a water skin. Everybody should in their normal pack. So I don't know if you want to fill that up or just kind of just pick up your mask while nobody's looking and just take some sips through it.
Yeah, we'll fill up the water mask.
All right, so yeah, you go ahead. You have a full water skin of water. I mean, you probably didn't have. I mean, you probably still had a good amount because it's not very. It's not like back home where you feel like you always have to be hydrating. And this area is not as as dry as you're used to back home. And unfortunately, like I said, you spent a good 10 to 15 minutes. I don't know if you want to spend more. With just finding that water. Knowing that everybody's kind of gathering and getting ready to go, it's up to you if you want to continue.
No, that'll be more than enough.
Okay, so you head back into camp. May, you're there helping whoever kind of needs help at this point, and Mechanicus, you are lost. You feel like what you imagine a kid just. Where are you? This isn't Nuremberg. Where's the streets? Where's the cabs? Where's the people that wander? You're just used to the dense streets of back home. This isn't home.
Yeah, he's just like looking around and then peering at all of the party members suspiciously. And then he like rubs his head, feeling for bumps to see if one of them clubbed him and drug him there.
You put your hands above. Whoa. Your hair's receding. When did this happen? You look down, you look at your hands. They don't look like your hands. You see spots. You see this rough, leathery looking mittens that you're wearing for hands. You look down again, you're looking at these robes. You look at your bag. Everything is foreign. What is going on? Are you in a dream?
Y'all, anybody paying attention, like, Mechanics, like, seems kind of panicky at this point, and then starts repeatedly, like, pinching his arm.
You not only noticed, of course, your party members. You do notice that there are others as well within the guild. With Thumric, you start looking. You see Waynon. You see him talking to Trina at this point. They're having a conversation. You start looking around. You see some other people. Older looking fella talking to another older looking fella. You see a dwarf. You start hyperventilating. Go ahead and roll a Constitution save. you begin to breathe rapidly, and your breath escapes you. You can't breathe. You just can't breathe right now, and panic just strikes you as you begin to try to take a deep breath, but it just doesn't come.
So he's like grabbing at his throat, and he's like, and then like he's trying to like loosen his robes up, and just kind of like struggling with them.
As you begin to get up and you start grabbing onto your clothes, you're trying to figure out how are you choking? What is going on? You just right now you're in total desperation, and a wave of anxiety just goes over you. You don't know what's going on. You feel like you're just about to just suffocate and perhaps die at this very moment. As everyone else around you, you see these people. They're wearing like very dark leathery clothing. There's a couple of them that are wearing kind of the same thing, like just akin to the older two gentlemen that was kind of looking talking to each other. You see the others kind of wearing the same thing. You see one of them, it's younger fella. Hey, are you okay? He goes up to you and he reaches out. They're trying to figure out what's wrong with you. Everybody else, you begin to hear a commotion. You hear what looks like just commotion between the group itself. It seems that there's some sort of urgency. As he comes towards you, this foreign-looking person, Mechanicus. Hey, I think he needs help. You okay? You okay, lad? And he's trying to put his hands on you to see if you'll be okay.
Yeah, Mechanicus is like batting his hands away, and he's like trying to push through people and like walk away from everyone.
May, you notice this right away, as you see Mechanicus right now. He looks like he's having a fit as he's slapping people's hands around. As you see, some of them are trying to come towards him, and not in a hostile manner. They're trying to. They look concerned. As you see Mechanicus, he looks totally just not himself. You could see his eyes right now. They're gone, and there's some sort of sense of desperation coming from him.
I rush over and get in front of Mechanicus, and I'm going to try to grab hold of his hand. And if I can, I'm going to hold onto his hand and just kind of hold him still. And I'm just going to be like, calm down and breathe. Just breathe, calm down, and I'll explain.
He makes eye contact with May, and you can see he's trying to catch his breath, but he can't stop coughing. And you notice that he's starting to form a sweat on his forehead, and you notice his hands are going cold.
So, hold on to his hand. I'm like, follow my breathing. And just trying my best to calm him down.
At this point, he's coughing so hard that he doesn't seem like he's even paying attention. And then his knees give out, and he falls down onto his knees and catches himself with his hands, so he's on all four, and he's just coughing profusely.
Do I know anything of my herbalism kit that I could use to maybe help stop his coughing? Do I know some sort of remedy?
You know what? Go ahead and roll a medicine check, actually.
20.
Oh, nice. A dirty 20. You right away, you kind of look at him, you see his eyes, they're dilated. You feel his hands as you're there trying to comfort him. They're ice cold right now. You see the sweat dripping down. He is pale, much more paler than normal, as you see all the blood just wash away from his face. He's down on the ground and he's there choking. You know he's definitely having a panic attack at this moment. You do have remedies in the form of a tea to calm him down for sure. You feel that perhaps if he drinks the tea just enough time, he will feel much better. hopefully like himself.
I quickly make the tea next to him.
Mechanicus, you're at this point on the floor, and you are weak. You can't like your breathing isn't as bad as it was, as you begin to take deeper breaths as you finally feel that you're getting enough air filling your lungs at this point. And its relief slowly starts coming by, but you still feel this nauseating weakness as you there laying down, um, and you begin to see some of the group that you just witnessed gathering around. May you see Thumric come. Oh, looks like he lost it once again, has he? A shame.
So can you get everyone away?
Yes, of course. Hey, just back up, please. I'm sure he's gonna recover, but just give him a space.
So Mechanicus is breathing coming back. He's still and he coughs really hard. And as he does, he props up on his elbows and he spits, and you can see there's blood in it.
I'm assuming with my travels with Mechanicus, this is a normal occurrence.
What?
That with my traveling before I met up with everyone else, that this is a normal occurrence that he's spit up blood before?
I'm gonna let Mechanicus answer that. Or I should say
This is the first time you've ever seen it.
Okay. I'm gonna grab.
He's never had a coughing fit quite this bad before. You know, he's had small ones, but this is the worst it's ever been in the Bloods New.
I'm going to take a rag out of my pack and wet it down and place it on his forehead while I wait for the tea to be done.
Okay. And I'm gonna say with that dirty 20 you rolled earlier, as you see him coughing up blood, you know you've treated certain patients back at the monastery. You've been taught various things. When someone spits out blood, this seems very serious. You're not too sure what to do with your background. You're not really fit for this type of situation. But those that usually cough this bad, you have a sense of dread falling over you.
Okay. As I'm holding the cloth on his forehead, I just kind of look at him and like, you feeling any better?
Yes, I will be fine. Where am I?
You are in the woods.
Why am I in the woods? Who are all you people? What have you done to me?
I haven't done anything to you. You voluntarily went on this mission to help find a Lord's son.
Are you all with the guild?
I am not with the guild.
You are our guides then.
I guess so, yes.
Okay. And then he kind of lays back down off of his elbows and closes his eyes and kind of just drifts out of it.
By this moment, you feel comfortable on the brew as you feel that it's been seeping long enough. The rest of you guys, what are you guys doing at this point? You did notice the immediate this disturbance within the group.
Oh. Should we take him to a medic or something?
If we can get
Does he
back
need
to
to be
town,
healed?
he needs to see
That,
a professional.
yeah, that doesn't look good. Hellscream, I tried my best, man, but you're going to have to help me.
With
He turns around.
Turn around, you see Voxy in pieces. You see, with her one arm that she pretty much has access to. Very, very much like akin to C-3PO behind Chewie. A very small Chewie at that.
You need to be cheery.
Yeah.
That's basically what Theo's insinuating. And remember, there's a tab with your name on it, with my name on it, that has more than
Ooh.
one fish now.
So I create something to at
Come
least
on,
attach
you
it to
have
my back. Yeah.
I would say with Theo's skills, he's already created something. It's just you could tell that he's struggling with the weight.
Gotcha.
Yeah, I just untied it out of my. It was tied to my backpack, like. So I'm untying it and tying it to your backpack.
Am I in a papoose?
Say again.
Am I in a
Not in a
papoose?
papoose.
You're like in
No.
you're like in one of those baby one of those like baby holder things. I can't remember what you call those things.
The papoose.
Oh, that's what they call. I don't know. Don't think. I don't know what they call it. Yeah,
Not a
basically one of
papoose.
those. But then you don't have like your legs sticking out of these areas. Your legs, and that, like one messed up arm is kind of just jumbled in the mess of like the sack that you're in.
It's basically an X, like knot over your torso on the back.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to draw this. It'd be hilarious. But yeah, whatever contraption. It's very makeshifty from Theo, and the amount of time and resources he has with him, but it's functional. Just in the sense of like his own skill, you've created something enough that would work. Not sure for how long, but it does work.
Come on, there's a sick man. We have to get moving. I'll make it worth your while, okay? We should get moving.
I don't know if he said something. Did you say something else? I didn't remember.
He grunted. I thought that was a yes.
Yeah. Sorry, Mike's
Theo understands him.
Exactly. That's all that matters.
Theo speaks Hellscream. I agree with you.
I think Hellscream and Theo are like Chewbacca.
It's Han Solo and Chewie. Holy crap. I just put two and two together.
Funny.
Oh man.
It's all making sense.
Or we can just say it's What's his name? Oh my god. It's Barf and Lone Star. Spaceballs. There's only one person that can give me the jam. Lone Star. Oh man. So yeah, Hellscream, you begin to fit this this assortments of straps enough to carry her properly as you fit it on your back. What's your strength again?
I want to say it's 17.
It's 17?
Yep, 17 plus
Okay,
3.
yeah, you pick it up. Ugh. Feels a little encumbersome. But as you begin to walk around, you know what? You can do this. You feel like if you do it for a prolonged amount of time, it might mess you up though. But you feel like it's a possibility you can get through carrying this weight, like on a march with the rest of the group, for sure.
Okay.
You feel that if it goes for too long, you might be stretching it.
What's too long? Like 3, 5 miles?
I would say like by hours. Like you feel like maybe 4 or 5 plus hours. You might have to test your strengths from there. Like after the 4 or 5 hour march, carrying it, very much it very much reminds you of some of the crucibles that you've done at home, as far as carrying this weight in your back like this. It's been a very long time, and you're not spring chicken anymore.
You're old.
Wow.
I mean, he's not. I mean, I don't know. Is he old? I don't know if Hellscream's old, but he's definitely not young.
Well, he got some years on him, but he ain't that old.
There you go.
He has like 2 gray hairs, just 2.
And it's in his face, and you guys can't even see it because of the mask. So, so at this point, everyone gathers themselves. May, while you're there attending to Mechanicus, as you have the tea finally set at this point, I'm assuming you at this point present it to him.
Yeah.
So Mechanicus, she provides a tea.
He slightly opens his eyes and rolls over and, without thinking, just begins to sip on it.
I'm sorry, I didn't catch that last part.
He starts drinking it.
Okay.
Slowly.
Right. There is a very earthy, like notes to it. But there's also a very faint sweetness, like natural sweetness coming from whatever herbs you put. I'm not sure if she provided anything to kind of take away from a little bit of its bitterness in the immediate moment, but it's medicine. Not great. As you drink it, you do begin to feel at ease. There is a sense of calmness as you proceed to get through half of it. During this time, while you're there, and May, you're just paying attention to Mechanicus. You notice Trina just approach at this point. He looks over at Mechanicus, over at you. What's his symptoms?
Why do you care?
Whatever you think of me, I do have for those who are in need. I would trade my life for. I thought I'd made that.
He seems to have bouts of he forgets, and just right now, while he was having his coughing fit, as I've seen in the monasteries, he coughed up blood, and that's usually not a good thing. It means you're dying.
I'm
There's
sorry,
something wrong.
I'm kind of losing some of that stuff there. I barely hear you.
He's coughing up blood. What am I supposed to do? When I've seen people in the monastery coughing up blood, it's something serious and they die from it.
She looks at you. There's a little bit of a worried some reaction after you had mentioned that. She looks over at Mechanicus. Mechanicus, she's looking at you. A little hesitation at this point because she's already known you kind of barked back at her every approach she had managed towards you. She looks at you and she notices that you are not yourself as she does. That is beyond my ability to perhaps help him with that, but I do sense he is not himself. Would you mind? I'm sorry, go ahead.
But it always seems like it happens whenever he uses some sort of magic.
Well, I wish I can talk to him and figure out what type of magic that would be, since I've been practicing for quite some time since I was young, and I've never experienced, nor have met anyone that experienced some ill side effect of your practice. It must be some other thing. Just perhaps he is just unlucky. Many that have consumption may not have the time and medication to help them through it, especially at his age. Would you mind if I try something?
What do you plan on doing?
Well, as I, of course, notice that he does think ill of me, and I am not accustomed to him not outright shunning me. I do feel bad for him as he is not himself. I was hoping perhaps I can fix that. Can't fix his breathing situation, but I can at least bring him back to his former consciousness.
I look to my Mechanicus. You going to be okay? Are you feeling any better?
Yes, I will be fine. I need rest.
I look back up to Trina. Is this going to hurt him?
I'm sorry?
I look back up to Trina and I'm like, is this going to hurt him?
I would think not. I've performed this incantation many times. It is one that alleviates certain conditions.
May just nods her head.
She turns at you and just nods with you, and she looks over at Mechanicus. Now, stay still. This won't hurt, I promise. As Mechanicus, you see her raise her hands. And as she raises her hands, you see her just moving them ever so gently in different shifts and different patterns as she looks be very, very, how you say, complex movements of her fingers as you see them wind in different ways. It looks totally foreign to you. Going on, but as you look, you start to see the glowing of her fingertips as she begins to come to a close, and at the very end, you see what looks like a blue little bead at the ends of her fingertips as she pinches ever so gently, and she takes the little bead and lightly touches your head, and you see a flash, very mild, not blinding flash. And she casts Lesser Restoration, but she infuses it with a command surge. As the flash comes, there is a blinding light at the very end when she fuses it, and you look at her, and you are staring at a face right now that you are not happy with, because you remember who she is.
So, as he kind of snaps out of it, you see my Mechanicus blink a couple of times, and as he sees her, you kind of see kind of jolt back a little bit, and then out of nowhere, like you don't know where this came from, all of a sudden he's got his wand up, pointing his wand at her face.
No ill, no foul. No foul play. She's raising her hands, kind of just stepping back a couple of steps her back, like 2 or 3 times.
What have you done to me, witch?
I've done nothing but try to help you.
You would have us all dead, like the others. And he's like slowly getting up to his knees, trying to stand up the whole while keeping the wand pointed at her.
You see May behind her too, as if May did nothing when she did this. Like May was just kind of just hanging behind her, just spectating. And she looks over at May. May, she looks at you and she goes, "Well, my job is done here. I will keep my distance. Please, just look after him." And she begins to walk away slowly.
Icanicus is like watches her as she's like walking away, and then his eyes slowly drift to May. Is this your doing?
You are not yourself, which you need to explain something to me. Please put your wand.
Seeing Trina walk away, he'll slowly begin to lower it, and at no point would he have ever allow it. Like Trina's walking behind May, like he wouldn't have let it cross, so that it pointed at May at any point.
You said you pointed at May, and then what?
No, I'm saying like he would have made sure to make sure that it never pointed at
Gotcha.
May.
Okay.
Even if May got between them, like he would have moved it away or something. Like
okay, yeah. She at this point she just walks away and congregates with the rest of the groups, as you could see are behind them.
May looks at Mechanicus with this worried look, and she says, "Lately, Mechanicus, it seems you keep forgetting who you are. And just now, you were having a panic attack. You couldn't breathe, and you coughed up blood. You coughed so hard, you coughed up blood. I have been traveling with you for a year, and I've never seen you do this. But the only thing I can think of is every time you use magic, it seems like it messes with you somehow."
I will be fine. I'm old. Things happen, and magic is a terrible thing. Who knows what evil effects it's having?
What am I supposed to do when you keep forgetting yourself? I mean, is there something that I could give to you when you don't realize who I am?
Mechanicus just kind of, you see him kind of like retreat back into his head. Like you can tell he's thinking, but he doesn't say anything.
I need to know an honest answer. Should I find another seeker?
May. And at this point, he takes her hand. Old men die, and I am an old man. And then he just slowly turns away from her and starts packing up his bag and everything. We should probably be going now.
May is very hurt by his words, but she slowly starts putting all of her stuff away.
And the rest of you begin to gather your belongings. Hellscream, right now you have your belongings plus the weight of something new. Don't know exactly what it is yet. As the rest of you all gather your things and begin the journeys up ahead. At this point, we will take a bio break. Come back like
Is
Bob.
my arm? I'm sorry.
Go ahead. No,
Is
your
my arm free or is it like tied up?
It's free. Yeah,
It's free.
yeah. I would have said. Yeah. I would have said he would have not bound you. He would just made you, or you.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's a,
Yeah.
think of
I'm
an
not that
X
kinda
across your
girl.
torso.
Yeah, this is Hellscream. This poor bitch is giving him a reach around right now.
Yes.
All right.
Hellscream is marching through the forest with a smile on his face.
And to that note, we'll come back in 10 minutes, guys. All right, 10 minutes. Oh yeah, that
Have it framed.
that's my screen right now. That's basically what I'm looking at. It is
That's
amazing. It's definitely helped me with kind of figuring out things a little easier. As opposed to what I had before. I had 3 screens before.
right.
It was a lot. I mean, I can do everything I needed, but it just felt too much. If it makes sense, even though I had
Yeah.
everything I needed, this is just enough. Like it has exactly what I need, to get the job done.
Okay, well, you can send me those other 3.
Say again?
It's like the
You
other.
can
What you
send me
doing?
those other 3.
Oh, they're shit. I mean, like they're shit. You want the other 3?
Well, it would give me 5 monitors.
Ooh, 5 monitors.
Well, it's better than mine that doesn't have any sound.
Oh, I didn't have sound in the others either.
Oh,
Yeah, there's no point.
Mine's supposed to have speakers, and then they broke.
Yeah, there's no point of having sound coming from your monitor, to be honest.
I know.
You just get yourself some decent speakers. They're not very expensive. I got these Logitech ones. They're like $30, and they're great.
You get yourself speakers.
$30. Wow, Mr. Moneybags over there.
Oh yeah, $30 is big spender here. Holy crap! Waiting on you, brother. All right. Okay. Where was I? All right, guys. So, you guys begin your journey. Once again, you guys all gather and begin to head back on the road once again that had led you to this grove. You see Thumric. Those paying attention, you see him just stop for a quick second. He's looking past mist. Just kind of an observing posture as you see him kneel for a quick second, and he looks down. He grabs a couple of the grass and he yanks some off, and he looks at it and he just throws it up, and you just see him kind of observe the grass, just flowing down as it falls. Takes a quick sniff, and he begins walking. He's taking the lead once again towards the north. It's actually like northwest, actually. Theo, I believe you have something that allows you to like know exactly where north is or something like that. Or I might be getting mixed up. Hell Scream, definitely with your Outlander skills. You definitely know it, though. What was that, Theo?
I think it was Hellscream that.
Oh, okay. At this time, as you all gather up for the day's journey ahead, what's the marching order?
I'm in
with
front of
Hellscream.
Hellscream.
All right. Go ahead and place your tokens on the board or on Roll20, and from left to right, left being in the front and the right being in the back. Voxy's basically wherever Hellscream is.
I'm protecting Hellscream and Boxy.
Okay. Hellscream?
He's in front of me, I guess.
How do I put my character thing on the board? I thought only you could do that.
No, you can just drag and drop from
You
your
can drag him.
your profile. Your profile, you can just basically drag and drop on the. Where is?
Oh, nice! I didn't know that.
Where is he? Oh, there he goes. Nope, that didn't work.
Gorgeous, man.
Gorgeous. The fuck is Thumruk? Anyway,
So
Thumruk
is
is
May
in front.
directly behind me?
Okay, so this is I'm gonna put you kind of staggered. You're gonna be in front. Okay. And necessarily you guys don't have to be like in a single file. It could be you guys could be like staggered as well. So if you guys want to be like a little bit offset instead of just being directly behind anybody, you can go ahead and place yourselves from left to right. Weird, I can't use. What is it? Happened there? Oh, that might be it right there. There he goes. Oof. So yeah, he's gonna be ahead of you. As you guys continue on. You and the group of explorers once again begin to follow the path. A couple of hours pass as you begin to notice the earthy path showing signs of more wet, sloshy mud, as various areas are covered with like puddles, essentially. Even though the thick mist in front of you, it's kind of hard to see past with the visibility. You do notice the path ahead begin to transition into more close in as you see the trees become more dense, which also begin to slowly turn the ambient light into a dim glow coming from that mist. About a couple of hours pass again. The road becomes, actually the path disappears at this point. You see the path sporadically just kind of disappear as overgrowth taken various portions of it. As also you notice pools you see pools of water begin to cluster before you, and as you continue, it becomes more frequent, larger, as eventually begin to envelop, completely filling spaces between the trees. Some pools noticeably more murky than others. The roots themselves, you see that start to stick out from the trees. You see them stick out from the surface with the dirt and from these pooled areas. Though still muddy, some at least have solid ground that you begin to walk upon. It's very much looks like a marsh, or that more of a swamp with trees. But not necessarily with the swampy biome. It just looks more flooded than anything else. You guys continue on. Thumric at this point seems stop for a quick moment as he begins to approach this as he begins to observe the immediate path that lays ahead of you guys. I've not encountered a marsh in these parts before. Perhaps must have been the previous storm doing.
Do you think it's safe to continue on?
Oh, it's not. I don't think we have a choice unless you want to go all the way back. Gone this far.
That's right. Yeah, press on then. What are you waiting for?
He sticks out his chest for a quick second, leaves, just releases an exhale, and he begins to take the lead once again. Um, you notice he's trying to avoid some of the pools at this point. As he's going through various portions that he can avoid it at least. You guys are pretty much following him exactly as he's going. Every one of you is pretty much the same thing. I just want to make sure
Yeah,
everyone's
I'm
pretty much
following his lead and kind of guiding Hellscream.
all right.
I mean, he's like 4 feet tall, so if he falls,
Right, he's he'll be in the drink as he keeps on pushing forward. Another good half an hour passes by. You notice there's a definite change in the area as what you previously just came out of. There is a sense of mist, but not as tight, not as thick and not as dense as you remember passing by. At this portion, it's a little bit more visibility, as you can see. Maybe perhaps like a good 40 feet now, as opposed to like the 20. With no issue. 40, it's like it's actually doable at this point. But beyond that, it's kind of just slight shapes that you can see behind them. You definitely notice the even the flora has changed somewhat. More decay. It's not as flourishing as it once was. Just a couple of hours has really transitioned to more a gloomy feel as you proceed. Since you guys are trying to avoid actually falling into the water or passing through it, because now it's getting much more tighter as the paths that lays ahead of you is definitely a little more concerning as you trek on. Everyone roll a dexterity saving throw. You continue on. Except Foxy, I'm sorry.
you're with that little creature on my back.
Yeah. Just go ahead and read out everyone's let me know what you guys got.
15.
15 and
10.
10.
Crit.
And what's the number? Because crits are not an automatic success with skill checks. Only with hits.
Oh, 21.
21. May and Theo, as you continue on, you for some odd reason, it's the new scenery that you're coming upon kind of distracts you just for a quick second. As Theo, you look over, observing around you. As you do so, your foot underneath just slips by. As you feel your foot slip, the rest of your body just slides across as you start to slide into one of the pools. And as you get in, you look down and this murky water, you can't even see past your waist. You see from where you're standing at the very edge, it's already about waist deep. You're looking at the group, and as you do so, May kind of looks at you with an alert, and she does the same thing as she falls on the other side of the path on the other section of the group, essentially. Luckily, nothing came from that. As you look at each other and just kind of hopes, you start looking at the people behind. There's a definite deep concern coming from them. They begin to approach in this single file line, following everybody. Theo, you just swallow your pride for the quick moment that just happens, but you feel like you can start working your way back, at least to the solid surface. May, I want you to roll perception check.
17.
17. You're in the water. You're about waist deep at this point. You begin to hear. Actually, with that 17, you also notice something as well. You notice, oddly, there is no signs of wildlife. No sightings, no sound. But you do hear a faint, about 20, 30 feet probably away from you. I mean, there's dense trees, areas here and there. You're behind a little bit off the path. As you begin to focus on the sound, you hear sounds like weeping. It sounds very much like a child.
Can I tell in which direction?
Like I said, it's probably 20, 30 feet or so. It's definitely away from the single file line that you're in.
I'm gonna head towards the south. Try to see if I can see a child that
Okay.
I'm hearing.
As you begin to approach, sloshing through the waist deep water pool that you're in right now. Theo, you see Thumrik. He kind of looks at you as you get back, and just smirk in his face as he kind of just taps you. Pretty close, says. Don't let me fall in there.
As close here, then I'll make sure to not let you fall. You'll be fine.
Where is the lass going? As he points out, like, you see May at this point. She's starting to kind of walk slightly away from the group. May, as you begin to walk, just crud through the waist deep water, you begin to chase off, trying to figure out where this sound possibly can be coming from. As you try to figure out, maybe if you turn this corner behind these trees, perhaps. As you begin to approach another set of trees, you turn the corner, maybe about 25, 30 feet away. You see what looks like a child leaning up against a tree, wearing she's wearing rags, which drapes over like a dress. Actually, this figure is small. It looks just in a crouch position, leaning against the tree, like on its back.
May.
And you hear weeping. Just hear the sound of a child crying as she's covering her face.
I get a little bit closer to it. I'm like, "Are you okay? Are you lost?"
As soon as you begin to approach slightly, the small figure looks up at you. As you notice the face of a young girl with like some muck, a little bit of muck over her face. She looks at you with a scared expression, a quick, just a little bit of surprise jolt. And she gets up and begins to run behind another set of trees, out of sight. What are the rest of you guys doing? I know Theo, you're there reaching out, trying to talk to May. What are the rest of you guys doing? You notice May kind of walk off.
Mechanicus is watching May, and as she starts to go behind the trees, he calls out, "Girl, what are you doing? Come back here."
Oh,
I'm just chilling. Fuck it.
there's
I
a
gotta
lot
wait on them.
of bodies here, and I yelled that back to them, and I'm gonna kind of make my way to follow the child.
Does
I'm sorry, what was that again?
Mechanicus know anything about like folklore or anything about like children of the forest?
You know what? Go ahead and roll a
27.
Wow. Okay. Absolutely. You've definitely read, definitely heard. The as you begin to just start thinking, it's like, this sounds familiar. This sounds familiar. What is this? What is she doing? And you're getting a little distracted. You see May. She's walking off as you're trying to talk to her, and you're there thinking about like the current situation you guys are on right. Right away, it clicks as you remember that there are definite scriptures and writings of children in the forest that people have written about that lured people away, and when these people got lured away, they're never seen again. This immediate thing like starts like fear starts rushing through your head.
May, look at me.
As you're thinking about this, May, go ahead and roll a dexterity save.
11.
11. As you begin to approach this tree, as you were before, trying to figure out where this girl went, and kind of stop for the moment when she pretty much is out of sight. You kind of just stay there for a quick moment as you're still in this pool of water. You hear Mechanicus call out to you, and as you do so, you feel something on your leg, and as you react and look down, you feel yourself being pulled. As the rest of you see May just disappear for a quick moment as she gets pulled underneath this murky water out of sight.
Shit just got real.
Mechanicus just dives into the water.
Well, before you do that, we will roll initiative.
Nay.
Damn it.
I'm sorry, but it's a child. I just lost Jillian. I can't lose another kid.
It's not your kid. Every kid's your kid.
Is that everybody on the turn order?
Look, you've got a pet robot. She wants a pet kid.
Oh god, it's.
I never had a pet robot.
He'll scream.
My number's not.
What was that, Miguel?
My number's not popping up. I rolled a 15 and I clicked on my thing.
Oh, okay. Let me. That's so weird. I don't know why you've been having that issue lately. Where are you? He's up for you.
Could it be that I'm using two browsers to have the character sheet up and the
I don't
map?
see why.
Probably.
I don't know.
Are you doing two different browsers, or are you doing the pop out?
No. Well, the same browser, but just two windows.
Yeah, it shouldn't affect it because I do the pop out and put it on my second monitor, and it
Right.
doesn't-
Yeah. It
Right,
shouldn't-
that's
it
what
shouldn't
I'm
affect
doing
you.
too, so I can
Yeah,
see everything.
It wouldn't affect
Okay,
you.
no.
Okay.
God damn it! What is it with people freaking Jillian with her fucking going after the rock thing. And now Hellscream's got the most complicated pocket pussy known to man, and now freaking May wants a kid. And y'all think my Canicus has problems.
All right, give me 1 second as I'm setting up the battle map. This is amazing. This fucking screen is the shit. 1 second. All right, so top of the order. We're gonna do this first. Theater of Mind. Hellscream, you are top of the order. As you see May, after Mechanic is trying to reach out to her, you see May just sink in the water. What do you do right now? She is about, I'd say maybe a good 20 to 30 feet away from you.
Don't know what it is that pulled her either.
Say again?
Trying to think what could have pulled her. Could be a snake, could be a tree branch, could be
Nick.
a snake.
Nick.
If it's a snake, I'm just dead. That's it.
No, it's
Alright.
Nick.
I'll move to 30 feet.
All right.
Are there any penalties I need to think of with apparently this pocket pussy that's on my back?
Not yet, because it's okay. So what I was saying before, it's more about how long you've been doing it. It hasn't been long enough. Like your fatigue hasn't started hitting yet, but your movement right now, because of your strength, is not affected. Just FYI.
Okay. So I'll move to 30 feet, and I'm gonna grab onto her.
Okay, so as soon as you start running towards her, you start to go into the pool. You almost slip for a quick second because it kind of just, it definitely folds into like this. The ground underneath this pool it's kind of a steep decline into it. As you get in, your movement is cut by half. So she is still, as you start to get towards her, she's still a good 10-15 feet away from you. Or where you remember she was, essentially.
She's still what? 10 feet?
A good 10-15 feet away from you.
Is there any way I can stick out like my pole arm so she can grab it?
You're not really too sure where she is because she's underwater and you're just kind of looking around. I would say if you go ahead and push your pole arm through it. I'm assuming not the lethal end. To kind of grab it. As you go ahead and reach, you know what? Go ahead and do because you're right now trying to feel where she is. You're really not too sure exactly where she is because of the water. Go ahead and roll let's say a dexterity check as you're trying to move the pole arm around your halberd, trying to figure out where she's at.
11.
An 11. Unfortunately, you're just like poking around. It's like, oh shit, where the fuck is she? Like you're just unable to figure out. You're not hitting anything solid, unfortunately.
Oh fuck. So I'll just take my bonus action just to move that extra closer a little bit.
Okay, so you're just gonna. I would say with the bonus action, you would have just been like trying to figure out where she was. So with your action, if you would move like another couple of feet forward, like another 5 to 10 or something. I'm not sure how long. Okay, so you're right now. You're in the pool of water, about waist deep. Foxy, you're just like right now looking around, like holy shit. As you half your torso is kind of being submerged as you're like in the back of Hellscream at this point. And that's gonna be the end of your turn, I'm assuming.
Yes.
All right. And next up,
My turn.
as Theo, as you're there right now, you're looking at you're looking into the pool of water. As you see Hellscream right now trying to figure out where May can possibly be, as he's there trying to prod through the water, trying to figure out where she's at. You feel a tug. That this tug feels like it grabs onto your leg and tries to pull you. As you look over, you see what looks like a woman. Beautiful looking woman coming out of the pool, and she has like mucky, like wet hair coming down, and she is sort of like nude, as you see her mucky hair kind of just covering certain parts of her. She's wearing nothing, and her skin is very much pale, has some bits of translucentness to it. But if you look at the face, it's actually quite beautiful beyond the condition that she looks like she's in, as she looks at you with hungered eyes, as she grabs onto your leg. Go ahead and roll an athletics check as she tries to grapple onto you.
9.
A 9, as she rolls a natural 1, a 4 altogether. As she grabs onto your leg, and with a quick jolt, you look back and you're like, oh! And you just basically kick her off her arm, her hand, as it grabs onto your leg. As you see her hiss, as she just kind of comes back a good 10 feet from you at this point. You have the opportunity to try to strike if you like, as she tries to just step back for a quick moment.
Yeah, I'm gonna strike. Shooting red that thing in the face.
The what?
I'm shooting that thing in the face.
All right. As she wanders back, and then you just point your gun and you try to fire towards her, like hopefully like right at her head, as you point your weapon right at it, and as she notices you with a gesture of reaching out, she tries to move, and you just miss like part of her head. As she twists in a weird position, as you clip like part of her shoulder, dealing 8 fire damage. As you see the smoldering bolt go right through her arm, and you can see the smoke kind of come out from it. As you see her hiss, as you hear a hiss from the pain coming out of it, and that's gonna be the end of her turn, as she's kind of sitting there, just kind of looking intently at you. And that's gonna be the end of his turn, and you are up.
Ooh. Okay, so then I will use my second round of my gun and shoot it again.
All right,
25.
25 for 14 fire damage. This time you try to aim center at mass, as she's trying to like dive into the water, and as she dives into the water, right before she does, you could see that the bullet hits like right into the middle of her, as she's like partly submerged, and you can see part of her head sticking out as she does a loud hissing sound with a shrieking noise coming from it, and you could see that she's in definite pain right after that.
They're in the water. They're like, I don't know, water creatures, beautiful water creatures that want to rape you.
And that's the end of your turn.
Yeah, that was my bonus action. Was yelling that.
All right. As you finish your turn, hold on one second. Oh, my house. You as you mentioned that, and look back at the group, you see that another one of those very beautiful looking figures, this beautiful woman, comes out from a pool further back into the line. As you see one of the explorers get yanked into the pool, as he falls in with a shrieking cry, "Ah!" As you see him disappear real quick into the pool, And you see just splashes trying to come out of it as he starts to submerge, not coming out. And really quick, actually, hold on one second, because I forgot to do this for you guys. Look. Just an idea of what you're seeing.
Whoa, that's D&D porn right there.
Did you see it? Is it coming out for you guys? I don't know.
Oh yeah, we're seeing.
Man, I wonder what Hellscream's doing with Misty's arm right now.
How come I can't see it in the other screen? All right, I'm glad you guys can see it at least. So you guys can see. I think it's just a browser I'm using for the recording. That's why it's kind of weird.
Kim, I found you a Halloween costume.
There you go. As you see at least one of the party members of the group disappear into the drink. Up next is 1 second. Before May take an action, actually. Actually, May. As you're in the water at this point, everything is kind of this murky, dark green underneath. You do make out visible things as you starting to lose breath as you're underneath the water right now. As you're trying to hold as much as you can, you feel yourself struggle against another figure. And as you begin to look towards the figure that is kind of trying to grapple you and try to hold you down into the water, you look over at this figure. This figure looks like it's decaying, kind of like just like a mummified, kind of like a wet mummy, if anything else. Like this creature looks as though they've lost most of their flesh, and whatever hangs off of it's kind of like whatever you're seeing at this point. As you struggle, the creature tries to grab onto you even more on the grapple to try to pin you down. Go ahead and roll for a grapple check. It's either an athletics check or a acrobatics check to avoid it.
10.
Creature rolls an 18 as it grabs onto your hand and it starts moving towards your torso as you feel these claws wrap around your waist. As it does, it just it just basically falls back into the water as you feel its weight going down deeper into the pool. As you right now just trying to hold your breath as long as you can, and trying to stay alive at this moment. And while you're underwater, you could feel one of the hands loosen for a quick second as it comes back and it tries to rake across your body for a claw attack. Does a 16 hit you?
It does.
As you take 8 slashing damage as it just rakes across, you feel hot searing pain and coolness while you're underwater as well. And that's gonna be the end of its turn. And you are up.
Going to try to break out of its grapple.
All right. Go ahead and roll a athletics check.
In 19.
19. She rolls a 9. As you as right after rakes across your chest, is only holding you with one arm, and you find the opportunity to just escape as you just push off that arm to just finally escape from it. And you feel like you can get back up right now. As you do so, it's not crazy deep, but it's deep enough for it to hold you down. As you do so, instinctively, you just come up. You start breathing in air at this point, looking down in the water. What do you do as you finally get your head out of the water, breathing right now?
I'm gonna try to find somewhere that I can get out of the water.
Okay. So you're gonna move from it?
Yes.
Okay. As you start beginning to move, you move towards the party or away from the party? You're further away from the party, and the other side is closer for a surface. Put it that way. If that makes sense. Like the other.
What's there at the surface? Is there like a tree or something that I can climb up on?
There's trees pretty much in most areas. The nearest tree is not too far. It looks maybe about 15-20 feet from you.
I'm gonna go to the nearest land.
Okay, so as soon as you start trying to run towards it, you're moving at half speed since you're still kind of in the pool, and as you begin to move, it takes an attack of opportunity at you as it's still right next to you underwater. And it's attack for another 16 to hit. You take at this point, you take 5 slashing damage as you feel the small of your back as it claws right behind you.
Okay.
And then you can move up as you start moving up. By the time you get to the hard surface out of the pool, you're a good 25 feet of movement already expended because of half your movement speed being taken from the water. So you already moved technically at 25 feet.
I'm gonna move 15 feet further onto land.
Okay, so you move a good 15 feet into land. As you kind of just you rush right between. You see these 2 trees as you get finally on solid land, and you're looking around. Right on the other side, there's like another pool of water as well, and you're feeling a little unease as you see pools of water kind of like scattered about everywhere right now. I'm not sure what you want to do from here on.
That's all that I can do right now.
Okay. All right. Next up, Mechanicus. As you see, May finally breach the water into safety. Hopefully, as you see her move on the other side, looking for hopefully a place of protection.
How far away is she?
You know what? While we are already in combat, why I don't just show you on the map?
Good lord, she's a long way away. And okay, it's one of these. I'm assuming it's like a dryad or something.
Say again.
Nymph? It's like a dryad or a nymph is what's after.
Let's do a nature check. You know what? I will allow another roll. I'll allow one for another history. Actually.
12.
A 12. You know what? These very much feel like nymphs in the sense of what you've read. It kind of seems familiar, but nymphs are a little bit more persuasive.
Okay, and where's the one at? Can I see the one that was chasing her?
It was like underwater.
I gotcha. But I can see this one here.
Right. Right. That was the one that Theo fired a couple of shots at.
And it's looking at Theo. Okay. Mechanicus is just out of instinct going to react. He casts Phantasmal Force.
Sorry about that, guys. I was trying to put her token since she is in the fight as well. Go ahead. Go ahead.
He casts Phantasmal Force on her.
Okay.
And what she sees is a ring of fire circle around Theo.
A ring of fire?
Yeah, it just circles around kind of like this to kind of like shield him in her mind.
Oh, I see. Around Theo, not around like her.
No, it's around, like when she looks at Theo, she sees that ring of fire.
Around him.
And,
okay.
Yeah, and it'll follow him. So as he moves, it'll actually go with him. They did a Q&A and Jeremy Crawford said that Phantasmal Force can move.
Can move, right, yeah. Yeah, we kind of, I think, established that last time, I think.
It's DC 15.
Okay, so DC 15 as you cast this force. Hold on 1 second. 15 for, what was it again? What was the roll? Was it intelligence or wisdom?
It is intelligence.
Intelligence. Right, so she rolled a 7. As she looks upon Theo at disgust as she hisses, and she kind of looks around trying to find her next victim. You were the closest. As you were next to the pool, as you see her look at you, and she's about to like dive into the water. As you see her immediate reaction looks like it's gonna be like towards that. Is that the end of your turn?
Let's see, that was action. I don't have a bonus action. He's actually going to move. To there.
All right. As you try to figure out your next position and the current situation, and that's gonna be the end of your turn.
Correct.
All right. Next up, Voxy. You are on. You're halfway submerged. You are behind Hellscream. There's immediately you have like a sense of danger. You're still trying to figure out what's happening. But you can tell that something not right is not right. As you're kind of in halfway submerged in this water, as Hellscream, the one who's carrying you, looks to be in immediate hurry and some sort of desperation as you saw him coming through. It's kind of hard to gauge what's happening right now. You did see May jump out of the pool on the other side, and nothing else. The other side is hard for you to see because of how low you are to the ground. So basically, the ground in the middle is like a good 4 or 5 feet higher for you to even look over. So you can't really see on the other side. So I'm not sure what you want to try to do. Just let me know what you want to try to do in your current state.
I don't know what I could do.
Where are you?
I only have that one cantrip.
Go ahead and roll another wisdom save for me. And let me know what you get.
That's a crit fail.
Unfortunately, you just you are just at a suspended state of like not really knowing what you're doing at this moment. Nothing has really come back to you. There is a sense of like you can do more, but you're not really too sure, not yet. Like you've just did something that you were not aware you can do right away when you created that flower, but at this very moment it just kind of escapes you on what your capability is. So unfortunately, you are C-3PO. Just sitting there on the back of Hellscream.
Panic a little.
Yeah,
Flip
exactly.
on.
Right. That's gonna be the end of your turn. As next up, those are paying attention like behind the group, where like the other explorers are with in a single file line. As you see them at this point in sheer panic mode, some of them are just kind of like yelling. One of them is just yelling at the one fallen comrade that got pulled into the water a good 20 30 feet in the back of the line. You see Trina at this point. She's looking over. She's actually looking in the pool, trying to figure out what's happening right now, where Hellscream is in. As she moves over, and another one of these creatures that were under the water just pops out and begins to reach over towards Trina, and she will roll a 9, and Trina, let's see. A 9 for athletics check to try to grapple and pull her into the water. And Trina rolls a 14. Is a -1. But she succeeds in trying to avoid the grapple as this creature begins to try to pull her in. And it's gonna lash out with an actual claw attack at her, which hits her as you see her take 8 points of slashing damage. I'm sorry, 6. And actually she's up at this point, as Trina's up in the order, as she looks over right next to Trina, which I didn't have him here. You see Wayne kind of just yell for a quick moment, just warning Trina just to get out of the way. As you see Trina at this point just look over at Wayne and just looks back at the creature as she grabs her wrist with one hand, and with quick motion, you see a bead of fire begin to form as she releases it right in front of her, at a disadvantage, unfortunately, as she casts a firebolt, which unfortunately misses. As you see the fireball fizzle like right behind her into the water, and that's gonna be her turn. Hellscream, you're up. At this point, you see you see May as she finally escaped out of the water, but you do get an idea where this other creature is from the area that she just ran out from. And then across from you, you do see the other creature that's in the same pool as well.
So even though like I saw that whole thing, I don't know where this creature's at.
You know the creature's like 5-10 feet in front of you, in the water.
So if I can't see the creature, I can't hit the creature. Just kind of knowing the vicinity.
Right, you know it's near you. There's definitely two creatures, because the one that grabbed May, immediately not too far from that, this other one pops out.
Gotcha. I'm just gonna stand my ground and stand at the ready.
What are you gonna do? Like a dodge action or a ready, or are you gonna ready attack? I'm not sure.
Let's ready a dodge action.
All right, so you're readying right now a dodge action, and that's gonna be the end of your turn. Next up, the creature underneath, the Rizalka. That's what it's called. The Rizalka, right next to you, Theo, looks towards you. Oh no, I'm sorry. Is looking past you, as she saw.
Sorry.
Sorry, go ahead.
Did you have Thumruck? The Thumruck?
Did I put him?
Thumruck. Did he go?
I did not put him in there. Look at that shit. Thanks for reminding me. I am a terrible DM, guys. Thought we established that.
That's alright.
Let's put him at the bottom of the order, and I'll make him go now. Actually, and we are. All right, so Thumric at this point, he sees the Rizalka that is next to you as he starts to take quick position, and as you see him ready his mechanical double-string crossbow, as he brings it up for his first fire, and takes a shot, double action. First one, unfortunately, as he releases the bolt. Misses as you see it sail past by with an 8 for the attack, and the second one as he twists around for the second shot with his bonus action, and that's unfortunately a 10 for the attack as he misses both, and you hear him curse "Brats!" as he gets upset on both the misses on both of the attacks, and that's gonna be the end of his turn, and then we're gonna go back to the Rizalka.
That's terrible, man. You need to oil that machine.
You pay attention of your weapon. See, he's looking at you. At this point, the Rizalka looks at you, Theo, and looks past you and looks at Mechanicus as he's kind of further away. Mechanicus, as she begins to gaze towards you through the flames. Go ahead and make a wisdom save. Let me know what you got, man.
6.
You got a 6. As you're trying to maneuver past in possibly a good position to avoid like these creatures that come from the water, one grabs your attention, the very one that you targeted earlier. As you look towards her, and your face goes slack for a quick moment as you hear this beautiful voice as it tells you to come close. Come and join me. Happiness. All your troubles, all your fears will go away as you compelled to walk towards her. And that's going to be the end of her turn. As Theo, you notice for a quick second as she stopped for a moment, and you could see her eyes change and shift. Her eyes actually went black for a quick moment as you see the whole thing just filled with this glassy black shark-like eyes staring at Mechanicus at this moment.
I look at Mechanicus. What does he look like?
Mechanicus is slack jaw at this moment. He's just, you could see his face just give way. It's like all the weight off his shoulders kind of just goes with it, and he looks like he's just in a trance at this moment as he's looking right at Rizalka.
So I'm noticing what happened to the wall of fire around me.
You don't see it. She does.
Oh, she's. Oh, that's right. It's Phantasmal Force. Right.
Right.
Cool.
I looked. I was like, "Yes, don't. I know the boobies they look good, but you gotta. Oh man, you can't do anything with them anyway." And
You're
he
old.
looks back. You're old. Step out of it. And then he turns around and he oh, I gotta reload. Fuck. All right. She's pretty deep into the water. Uh, is this half movement? If well, I gotta find out if it's deep enough for me to walk in there, right?
Well, this is the first pool you fell in, by the way.
Okay.
So you know it's not deep enough
That
to
deep,
just
alright.
like you can. It's up to like it's like a little bit higher than your waist. It's kind of like almost to the chest.
I guess so. I guess she sees me like walk through the fire.
I'm sorry. So you're gonna
And-
walk with? Okay, so you walk with, and that flame is kind of following you at this moment. And,
I
and
guess, yeah.
as you approach her, the flames hit her. the imaginary flames hit her from Phantasmal Force as the way it works. Go ahead and roll the damage Mechanicus as the flames at this point attacks her. I can't select the damn circle. Whatever. Can't select it. What the fuck? Okay, there he goes. Oh nope, I got everybody. There we go. I'm gonna just delete
Oops.
that. Okay, so she takes 1 point of whatever damage. I don't remember what type of damage that is.
It is psychic.
Psychic damage. Okay. So Theo, you have that aura around you actually. All right, there you go. So he takes damage within that space. As she takes psychic damage, as you see her for a quick second just do close her eyes and shake her head. As she just kind of releases like a short kind of shriek of pain. And that's gonna be, what are you gonna do, Theo, from this point? As you walk in, you see her take pain for a quick second. What do you do now?
Right, it's like so weird that she's taking pain from me walking towards her. So I'm like, okay. I guess my presence is too much for you. Take this. Swings
Alright.
the scimitar. 7.
You swing your scimitar. Unfortunately, just misses her. Just the sluggish nature of you getting into water just slows you down so much that she saw the weapon coming. As she basically just maneuvered enough to just get out of the way of your attack.
Alright, so then I kind of like turn, like do a half turn and just start reloading really quickly.
Okay,
my
you can take the
gun.
bonus action to reload. All right, and that's gonna be the end of your turn.
That's the end of my turn.
All right, next up, Hellscream. You right in front of you, you see this creature come up, and you can see her head slowly come up, very much like Martin Sheen in like Apocalypse Now, as you see like half her head just like rising from the water as she starts looking at you, starts looking back where like May basically just kind of took off towards, and she looks back at you, and she comes out more. As you see her come out more, you see her hair just starts to whip as she starts to turn, swing her head around, and her hair actually looks like it stretches out unnaturally as it whipped towards you with a lashing attack. 14 to hit.
Miss.
As she does so, she begins to lunge towards you. Actually, that's this one right here. As she tries to attack you with her attack, is actually a good 10 feet long to try to make the attack. And excuse me. And as she misses, she looks at you and just has this face of disgust at herself, essentially, as she walks towards you and tries to claw you. A 20 hits.
They're ready to dodge action.
Oh, that's right. So both attacks definitely miss. The second attack is a 7, unfortunately, as for her. That is, as she basically throws a claw at you, as you just take your halberd up to just scave off the attack, as she follows with another one as well. 19 to hit.
19 hits.
All right. You take 10 slashing damage as she rakes across your shoulder, and you hear a loud shriek of content and a smile coming from her.
How much was that?
10 slashing damage. And that's going to be the end of her turn. Next up, May. At this point, you see at least no more than 4 of them right now, visible from you.
Okay. Where are the other 2?
So the other 2,
Oh, I see.
from your vantage point, you could see that there's one on the other side of the pool, of that same pool you just came out of, and you can see that that from your position, you can see at least, because it's where Theo and the other one is. It kind of dips into that pool. It actually lower ground, but you can see that there is some sort of combat happening, as Theo is there firing at it and like swinging at it as well.
Okay. I am going to move over here,
All right.
pull out my whip chain, and attack the one that's attacking Hellscream.
All right. Go ahead and make your attack. You can do that at advantage, since you are technically flanking her with your distance. Uh, 16 to hits as you swing your chain around, lashing it towards its back, as you see her translucent skin exposed, and underneath it, with this beautiful form, it's above the water, but hideous, undeathly looking creature underneath the water. As you lash behind her, you could see her skin just kind of splits open, and you could see this decaying flesh underneath it.
I'm not close enough to do it unarmed. That's all I can do. Well, no. Hit her there. And that was 15. I'm gonna move more. There, that'd be my turn.
All right. As you start racing around the pool, go. Okay, yeah, that's the end of your turn. Mechanicus, you will be walking right towards her. The only action you can take is if you want to take a dash action.
He dashes.
All right. As you dash towards her, and as you begin to actually rush towards her, actually, before you dash, is what happens. You notice that while Theo is there lashing at this beautiful creature that will probably answer all your questions and make you feel safe, you feel that Theo is doing the wrong thing right now. How dare Theo attack her? He doesn't know. He doesn't know.
So I feel the need to protect her.
There is some sort of sense of protection.
Do I still feel any kind of loyalty to Theo, or am I pretty much fuck that?
He's he's your friend. You don't want to harm him. But
shit, that's so fun.
But maybe Theo should know the truth, that she's just your friend. She's there to protect you.
How deep in the water is Theo at?
I'd say Theo at that point, because he's like at the very edge of the pool. He's a good like 3 to 4 feet, like between 3 to 4 feet deep. It's not very deep. If that's the case. It's like more like to the thighs, essentially. You know what you did notice though? You did notice that whatever you did to Theo, or whatever's around Theo, is hurting her.
Yeah. Well, Mechanicus is like walking forward, and he's going to drop Phantasmal Force. You're like, Theo, you need to stop that now. And I'm going to cast Reduce on Theo to make him half his height, so he has to focus on treading water and not shooting.
Theo, as soon as you hear Mechanicus telling you to just lay back your attacks, you see his eyes are very glassed over at this point. And as he talks to you and he points and makes a gesture, and he says some weird incantation as he pinches like an iron powder in his hands begin to flare up. Go ahead and roll a wisdom or constitution save as he aims his hands towards you with a flash.
Did I get it? Did I roll?
I didn't see it.
Oh, there it is.
Oh, there you go. Yeah, 16. I'm not sure if that made it.
The DC is 15, but he rolled a 6.
Mechanicus, yeah. you saw the possibility of what if could have happened.
Yep.
And
all the possible
you
features.
wanted to change the event. You can't let Theo hurt her.
Theo, you don't understand. You're not old enough to stop the nonsense.
As Theo, you look at him as he says so, and he begins to grow. And the Rizoka next to you begins to grow. You see the water right now rise up, and it rises up instantly as you're at neck deep, and you're trying to tread at this point. For a quick moment, you're there trying to catch your breath as your feet is like unable to touch the bottom of the surface.
What happened to me? What did you do to me?
It's like, what did you do to me? Stop it!
Stop looking at the boobs!
Oh goodness, that's great.
Splashing in the water.
Yeah, you're just there. You're treading right now. You're technically swimming, essentially. And that's gonna be the end of your turn, Mechanicus. But all your movement has to be spent going towards her if you have not.
Okay, so I've moved 10 feet. Is this rough terrain? Water?
Yes.
So that makes 20.
Yeah, I mean you're already next to her at the 20 mark though. As long as you feel like you just need to be near her.
Yeah.
And that's gonna be the end of your turn. Oh, I'm gonna take off this aura around Theo. And next up, Foxy, go ahead and roll another wisdom save. At this point, you feel the immediate threat in front of you.
Yeah, crit 24.
24. You just, at this point, you feel the imminent danger in front of you. You gotta pull deep. You gotta do something. What can you do? Hellscream just seems like your friend. He's carrying you. He's taking you out for a walk. You don't know where you're going, but he seems friendly. You gotta protect him. As you reach deep down inside. Where is it? As you tap into what you used to be, what you still have. You do have all your cantrips right now.
What? Is there someone immediately like hold on. Yes.
I'm drowning. If that's what you're asking.
Ooh,
You know what you're doing.
I'm gonna produce a flame.
You're gonna produce flame. Okay, you're gonna do it right on the center of mass on that creature that's right next to you guys.
Yeah.
All right. You're gonna produce the flame right on top of her and launch current. Oh wait, I'm looking at the wrong damn thing. I'm looking at the wrong thing. Okay, so you try to attack her essentially. Unfortunately, as you reach deep down inside, and you feel this immense energy come out from your hands as you produce this flaming fist around encumbering like most of your hand down to your wrist. As you try to release it towards this creature, unfortunately missing it, but Hellscream, you look behind and you feel this weird sensation as you see a flame kind of illuminate behind you as it releases right from your back towards the creature, unfortunately fizzling into the water right behind. Voxy, you feel the urge to kind of hold back and perhaps use something something else for the next attack. I'm not sure if you have any bonus actions you can use for your cantrips.
Don't think so.
Actually, I think a shillelagh. I think that is a bonus action. Oh, I didn't mean to do that.
What is that?
Definitely is a bonus action.
Yeah, shillelagh is a bonus action, so you can do that if you want. But if not, that's gonna be the end of your turn, I'm assuming. Is that a yes?
Hold on, I'm sorry.
Huh?
I'm reading it. I've never seen that one.
Okay, you basically produce out of a club, which you do not have at the moment because you have no inventory. Now I'm thinking about it. You don't have a stick or a quarterstaff or something to create like this magical magical stick of your own, essentially.
Yeah, and you replace the strength modifier with your charisma.
Yeah, not charisma. Your whatever your base modifier is, which in your case I think it's wisdom.
Yeah. Oh yeah, that. Yeah.
So yeah,
That's
unfortunately,
you have the staff on your back.
Yeah, unfortunately, you don't have a weapon you can use it on. So we're gonna end your turn there unless you want to try something else that you can do.
Nope, that's good.
All right. Next up is Rizoka, all the way towards where Trina is. As you see the Rizoka try to evade Trina at this point as she pulls back. Trina's gonna try to strike her with her what melee weapon she even had. She has a dagger as she tries to swing 12 to hit, unfortunately, which she swings down towards it and misses. But as she this move to 10 feet, and they have swim as nope, she's gonna stay about 10 feet from her, and she's gonna use her lashing trez as she whips her hair towards Trina. 23 to hit as you see her hair stretches out and smacks the side of her as it starts to wrap around Trina. as Trina begins to being pulled into the drink. And that's gonna be the end of that turn right now. Oh, Trina's up as she tries to remove the entanglement that's around her with an athletics check. Unfortunately, she does not succeed as she begins to be pulled into the water. And that's gonna be the end of Trina's turn. Thumric is up as he takes a bonus action to reload his crossbow and pulls it back up and begins to fire his weapon once again. Ooh, where is it? This one's gonna be a 22 to hit as you see the bolt sink right into her abdominal. Both Mechanicus and Theo, as you're there treading water, you can see that she just gets a stinging pain as you see this dark, mucky substance for blood just spew from her from that very moment the bolt just slams against her. And Thumric once again with a second attack with the oh no, never mind, he already used his bonus action. So that's gonna be the end of his turn as he starts yelling, "Get out of there, boys!" He's looking towards you and Mechanicus. And that's gonna be the end of his turn. Next up, Hellscream, as you have the Rizolka in front of you right now, just lashing out, just with everything she has.
I'm trying to get out.
Straight up, just go for the attack. 22.
22 hits as you slash down with your sunrise. As you cleave down, you could see you split down towards between her torso. As you see this dark, oozy liquid for blood just starts to ooze out. And that's gonna be the end of your turn.
No.
All right, go ahead and what else are you gonna do?
Shit. The blunt end of my weapon.
Unfortunately, as you're in the water, it's hard to trudge through it and maneuver properly as you try to swing the back end, missing completely. Unfortunately, almost losing your footing in the water. And that's gonna be the end of your turn.
See.
Next up is the Rizolka, right next to Mechanicus, as she looks over at you, Mechanicus, as you just staring right at her, just waiting for, I don't know, maybe an embrace from her, from the protection that she's offering. This loss of the promising of the loss of being hurt, of being one with happiness. She's pretty much telling you everything you need to hear as she reaches out towards you, and you willingly let her grab you. As you both begin to sink into water, as you see both of them slowly go underneath, retracting back. Theo, you have an opportunity to either attack her or stop Mechanicus.
Could I swim to underneath Mechanicus's robe and just pinch his balls?
All right.
You wouldn't have to go under the rope.
There you go.
They're floating next to him.
Yeah, they're floating next to it. Yeah, about waist level. Go ahead and make a grapple check. And that's gonna be a minus
athletics, because
yeah, and that's gonna be a minus
buoyant.
a minus what? What is a minus to
that?
Yeah, when you reduce, I forgot what it is. Is it a minus 1d4? What is it?
Yeah.
No, it's at disadvantage. I'm sorry. Do you have any checks with strength is at a disadvantage?
Oh, it's a strength check?
Yes, if you're trying to pull him, even though narratively you said you want to grab his balls, but it's a grapple check. You're trying to stop him from going, if that's what you're trying to do. I can't hear you. I see you talking. I can't hear you.
No, I'm just laughing.
Oh, okay.
Okay. Strength check. Here we go. At disadvantage.
9. And this is going to be contested with the Rizolka right now, pulling onto Mechanicus. She rolled a 7, unfortunately. That's with a plus
Those
3.
balls are mine.
That's with a plus 3. She rolled a 7, and as soon as you see her reach out to Mechanicus, and Mechanicus willingly begins to go towards the deep end, you instinctively just kind of tread. Your feet starts to like hit certain parts of the surface underneath. As
I take a deep breath to go under the water.
as you submerge for like a quick second, just try to get to him real quick as you grab onto him. As right now you guys are like in a tug of war between the two as you're holding
Go
on.
off me, Frodo!
Underwater holding the balls.
Right.
Old man balls.
And that's gonna be the end of her turn. And Theo, this is actually your turn now.
My Kefka's probably thinks it's her holding his balls.
This is the most action I've had in years.
Oh, never felt this move before. Okay. All right, so
Wow, no hands.
So then I prevented him from sinking in with her. That's
Right.
what I did.
Right.
Okay, so I let go, and I swim back out, and I'm going to shoot her.
Okay.
Like I'm right in front of her, so I'm just pointing. Do I get advantage because I'm like point blank?
Not necessarily. You because the
Little
rules
tiny gun.
rules as written, you get disadvantage with ranged weapons, but your feet, the feet of the gunslinger feat that I created, allows you to do that
Yeah.
A range attack without.
So just normal.
Yeah.
Just normalizes it.
Right. Exactly.
Cancels it out. All right. Cool. So I will just shoot her and try
All right.
to get
A 16 hits.
16.
She looks
And then
rough.
Reduce the damage by 1d4. because being
Is that
shrunk.
is that not for melee? It's a range attack.
It says that it reduces the size of their weapon, and
Oh, I see.
these weapons reduce target's attacks with them deal 1d4 less damage.
Yeah, so it says here. Yeah, so
Gotta-
basically your
gotta
gun,
protect my
even
bitch.
even your pistol, it just like it shrank in size. It's like shooting like little BBs at this point.
Pew. Okay.
So she takes 1d4 less. So go ahead and roll d4. And minus whatever from that. So she takes 7 points of fire damage. She still looks pretty rough. As she cries out with a shriek in pain. Is that gonna be the end of your attack?
Shit, I should have announced it before. Okay, yeah, that is. Is Mechanicus still charmed or whatever?
You could tell that he's against you firing at her. Like right away, you could tell that he was upset that you harmed her.
All right. All right. I'm gonna start to swim away and take the Are they both gonna? Okay, so I'm gonna just start swimming, backpedaling back away.
Okay.
Because I'm scared of what Mechanicus is gonna do to me.
Okay. Go ahead and move, but you know you were like in her range of attack. Just want to make sure you remember
Yes,
that.
I know. Yeah.
Okay.
Mm-hmm. I'm going to the shore here.
Forgot to do this earlier, but you know, remember I'm a terrible DM guy. Putting all the explorers where they should be.
You're a little rusty.
Yeah, I am rusty, I guess. Okay, so you move away. She's gonna look at you, and just out of just pure anger, she's gonna just reach out. 23 to hit.
That hit.
As you take 6 slashing damage as she claws your tiny form, your tiny little body. It's basically like you're taking like a giant rake. It's like from collarbone to like the back of your thigh.
Yeah.
Like it's even across like your butt.
She scared me.
And that's gonna be the end of your turn.
Yep.
All right. Next up is the Rizzoka right in front of Hellscream and Voxy. As she begins to dive into the water. Right in front of you, Hellscream. And as she does so, you do have an attack of opportunity, but at disadvantage as she just kind of ducks underneath instead of just walking away. As she begins to come out of your sight. Go ahead and roll an attack.
12.
12 unfortunately misses as you swing, as you see her dive into the water. And you start seeing these bubbles and the water just kind of rippling in a direction. Looks like she's probably moving at this point. And that's going to be the end of her turn. May, you're up.
So seeing that creature went underwater,
Mhm.
I turned to see Theo back on land and my Mechanicus in the water with this thing. So I'm just gonna rush up and charge it and dive in, elbow drop on her head.
All right, some monk shit. Go ahead and roll for an attack. 13 unfortunately misses as you run up towards her, drop the elbow, and just kind of just make more of a splash if anything else.
Then a 23.
And then 23 as you follow up with just another unarmed
As she
strike.
follows up, my Mechanicus is like, no! And I'm going to change that to a 14.
Yes. Is it the natural roll or just the overall roll? I want to make sure.
No, it's the dice roll.
Her dice rolls a 14 plus her. That's what I'm wondering. Is it the whole
Yeah,
roll?
he gets the plus.
Oh, so whatever her plus is added to the 14 then.
I think so, because I think it just changes the dice roll.
Okay. Look that up. In the meantime, I'm sure she hits because you need at least 15 to hit a Rizzoka. As the Rizzoka takes 7 bludgeoning damage. And at this point, you can see that her eyes begin to like go back for a quick moment as she just shakes it off. Looking really bad.
Spend a key point and do flurry of blows.
All right, go ahead. For your second attack. Wait, you have.
Wait.
You did a regular attack and then you did a bonus action attack, right?
Well, when I use and then can I?
Yeah, so you should only have 3 attacks, right?
Yeah, 3. I'm sorry, I missed.
That's fine.
Another.
No worries. So the 15 definitely hits as she takes another 8 damage. I'm sorry, hold on 1 second. See, you can replace any attack roll saving throw made by with one of the 4 telling rolls. You must choose to. Oh, it says you must do it before the roll, man.
I gotcha. Yeah, I just saw that part.
Yeah. It doesn't say the dice though, right? So it doesn't matter what it is. But the creature you used to use. Yeah, so you can basically make it any roll and anything. It doesn't matter what it is. But yeah, so that's something you had to call before a roll is made.
Gotcha.
Before the roll, and you can replace. Okay.
It's cooler when it's after, though.
I know, right? We'll think about that for house ruling later on. And the second attack, as you hit her for 8 bludgeoning damage, as you punch right through her head, and she falls into the water. And when she falls into the water, she floats for a quick second, and you see her body just sink. Mechanicus, for a quick second, you snap out of it, and you pretty much remembered everything what you did just now.
Then you see Theo kind of like standing up and jumping. Hey, what are you doing to me? What's wrong with you?
And that's gonna be the end of your turn, May. I'm assuming no more movement or anything.
Yeah, that's it.
All right, Mechanicus, you're up.
All right. Mechanicus looks back at Theo. What are you doing just playing around? This is a serious situation. And I'm going to drop concentration on that spell so that he goes back to normal size.
All right. All right, so Theo, you just, as soon as you finish complaining and you hear Mechanicus just telling you to stop messing around, after those words of dumbfoundedness, you just look at him like, with genuine upset.
Leave these young people. You need to take the situation seriously, Theo.
You begin to see the ground begin to just leave as you look down, and the ground begins to get further away, and everything else around you begin to shrink as well. As you're back to your normal height.
That's so much better. And everything shrunk. I mean everything.
Mechanicus.
So is he like checking himself to make sure he's fully grown?
Oh yeah, he probably went, huh, and then he probably just like looked down in his trousers, and he's like, oh,
Yeah,
and he's like, thank God.
And that's when I cast invisibility on his penis.
Oh Jesus Christ.
No.
Mechanicus, I do need you to roll a d6, by the way, which I've forgotten to ask earlier. You have 1 point. Remember to hold.
Is that a chaos surge?
That is a command surge, and your dice goes down once. It goes down to a d4.
Okay. These chicks look, are they wooden or does it look like they have flesh?
They look like flesh. They don't look like.
Okay.
They don't look like out of character. They don't look like dryads. If that's what you're thinking.
Gotcha. Okay. Yeah. I didn't know. I mean, you're talking about this undead thing. All right. Mechanicus is going to hold his hand out and take this, you ravenous bitch. And he's going to cast infestation and put worms in her eyes that'll eat her eyes.
All right. It's a save.
Yeah, DC 15 con save.
Con save, and it's the one here, right? That's the only one you can see. Right
now, did my roll? Did I use that divination roll against May, or did we?
No, the one for May you hold.
Fuck it. I said I used it before. I'm gonna use it now. So she rolled a 14. She failed.
All right. So you saw the possibilities of the future and change the attempt made towards it, as you begin to see the infestation start to grow around her face as she starts clawing at it, taking 5 poison damage and she moves 4. What's a 4? Let's see, 1, 2,
West.
3, 4. She moves outside of the water,
Yes.
and as she does, you begin to see her skin dry up rapidly. And that's gonna be the end of your turn.
Correct.
All right, and that's next up is Misty with Voxy. Oh, she is tethered to Trina. I will say.
But would she drag her? Because she's still only 10 feet away.
Yeah, you're right. Yeah, it's still 10 feet. I just want to make sure. Yeah. All right, Voxy, you're up.
I'm gonna put guidance on Hellscream.
On Hellscream. All right, awesome. So whenever you roll any ability check, Hellscream, you roll a D4 to add to the results.
Nice.
And that's gonna be the end of your turn, right, Voxy?
Yes.
All right. So next up is the Rizolka, as she takes. Where is it? She takes 2 points of necrotic damage as you see her translucent looking skin begin to quickly just dry up into this gray matted texture, actually, as you see her begin to quickly kind of twitch with a reaction as there's parts of her leg begin to wither. And she does like a large shriek as she still tries to remove whatever worms are kind of infestating like around her eyes. And she does a hiss as she lets go of her whip, of her lashing treads, like her hair that she has wrapped around Trina, and she looks over at you, Mechanicus, and just dives into the water. And as she does so, she will move. Let me make sure I just 5, 10, 15. As she just lunges towards you with just pure anger, as she lashes at you with 2 claw attacks. The first one is a natural 1, and the second one is a 23 to hit.
Yeah, they both miss.
They both miss? 23?
Yeah. Yeah, it misses.
I mean, unless you do a shield. That's why I want to
No,
make sure.
shield ain't gonna do crap.
That's
man.
what I thought.
10 AC.
You take 5 slashing damage as she just rakes across as you try to bring up your hands to try to protect yourself. You feel the skin opening around your forearm, protecting yourself. And that's gonna be the end of her turn. Trina, she's there recovering from that. As she looks over to you, and then she looks over towards the Rizolka. She yells to you, "Get down!" As she once again holds onto her wrist, as she points towards the Rizolka, and she fires another bolt of flames. And that's gonna be a 19 to hit. With, as you see a splash of flames hit the side of the Rizolka, but she takes 9 fire damage from the impact. Next up is right after that. You see Wayne, and at this point he's like looking towards the Rizolka as well, and he carries a revolver. He's kind of waving it around the whole time. He's trying to figure out where to fire it at, and he points towards the Rizolka, tries to fire at her as well. For a 20 to hit, which also hits as the Rizolka takes 5 piercing damage. No, that's not 5. That's an 8. I'm sorry. Takes 8 piercing damage as the Rizolka looks like it's starting to repel from the damage it's taking right now. Next up, Umrik, the same as he begins to rush towards where Wayne is, and looks at you as you were like kind of like in the way of the Rizzoka, and he's yelling as well, stay down, old man. And as he fires off his crossbow bolt. This is no, it's wrong character. Too many fucking characters up. Unfortunately, it's a 12 to the attack, which misses and sails past the Rizzoka. And then the other attack is a natural 1, which unfortunately malfunctions the crossbow as he curses once again. God damn this thing! As he's there trying to fix it at this point, which is going to cost him an action, which not going to happen to the next round. And next up, Hellscream. The Rizzoka in front of you just disappeared, but you could see it immediately right behind where you hear Thumra cursing as you look over where he's trying to fire his shots at. Whereas there's one Rizzoka right up against Mechanicus as it's trying to lash. As you can see, Mechanicus right now just trying to get out of the heat of this moment.
10, 15, 20, 20, 30.
All right, put her right there. She's basically, Voxy's basically in the same space as you. Just want to give you a heads up.
Yeah. So we're gonna go fighting spirit to attack.
All right. $17 hits. As it takes 11 damage, it's starting to look really rough as you slash right down the center. As you can see, part of her collarbone exposed of this this necrotic. This decaying-looking piece of fleshy bone as her translucent skin just gets ripped open, and this dark, oozy matter just starts to spew out of it. That can be the end of your turn.
Yes.
That's it?
Yeah, my bonus action was the fighting spirit.
Oh, gotcha. Oh, because you get a... Oh, it was a 19. It's an advantage, right?
Yeah, it's advantage and
Gotcha.
temporary hits.
Oh.
Yeah.
All right. And then the Rizzoka is dead. That one's dead. Theo, you're up at this point. As you can see at this point that only one Rizzoka is visibly in front of the group right now. As Mechanicus is kind of trying to get out of the way at this point. Well, I can't speak for Mechanicus. I don't know if he's purposely trying to stay in the way. You know, he does weird shit.
Tankcanicus.
Tankcanicus, there you go.
Tankcanicus. All right.
He's using his elastic balls to swing at her like a bolo weapon.
The bowler trying to dismount her.
There you go.
Theo kind of gets his bearings together once he's back to size and realizes he's fully intact. He grabs his gun and he runs and jumps over the puddle and shoots. At a direction of that.
All right.
Trioka,
You move.
whatever.
You're gonna be moving first.
1, 2, 3, 4. So he's kind of like running, and sideways he's gonna shoot her
All right.
and land on the water. So he's just gonna go. Water works here.
Okay, so yeah, at this point you just kind of halfway deep. As you fire your GFX2, as you've done so many times, as you aim center at mass, but when you pull the trigger at 23 to hit, the shot goes straight towards her chest. As you see a big hole just impacts, as you see her kind of bring down one knee for a quick second from the water, and she is looking rough. She's still up, but she's right now looking and just kind of weighing her odds, looking around at the group at this very moment. Is that gonna be the end of your turn?
Yeah.
All right.
Okay. Yeah. I reload my gun at this point.
Okay. And you spend your bonus action to reload. Next up, as you there begin to reload your weapon, as behind you, about 10 feet, a splash coming out of the water. The other Rizolka that was in melee earlier with Hellscream. As she looks towards you, she whips her hair towards you as it attempts to whip around to grapple you. The attack is a 20 to hit.
I got it.
As you being whipped, and you take 7 bludgeoning damage as the whip kind of smacks around you, and then she begins to pull 5 feet towards her. And pull 5 feet towards her. Yeah. That's what I did earlier. As you get pulled 5 feet in front of her, you just use her her last attack action to scrape down with a claw attack to try to claw you down. Attack is 8 to hit, and which misses, and that's gonna be the end of her turn. As right now you're grappled, entangled within her very unnatural elastic hair. May, you're up. At this point now you see the Rizolka next to Hellscream and Mechanicus being dealt with, but you can see across from your current position just enough to see Theo just in some immediate danger.
I am.
You running away?
No, I don't even know where my character went.
It's all the way in the bottom. I was like, I will flee.
No, I'm going to get out of the water and charge up and do a flying kick towards this other one.
Which one? The one that's oh, okay.
Yeah.
Okay, I see it. All right. Go ahead and make your attack.
And then I will do another kick.
Are you gonna do a charge action, or are you just gonna do like a regular attack?
A regular attack. I'm going to try to do a flying kick at her head.
Okay, yeah. You're just doing some crazy drop kick monk shit. That's actually. Go ahead and roll your attack.
Then I'm gonna do flurry of blows afterward.
All right, go ahead.
Wow.
Unfortunately, I'm sorry. You know what?
One of them.
Unfortunately, no. Actually, no. You notice that while Theo is being entangled around with her hair, she's kind of in a stiff posture, and she barely could move as she's trying to like tangle him and bring him closer. So you do have advantage on your attacks at this moment while she is entangled with him.
So a crit 26, a 25, and a 23.
They all hit. What's that all together? Let me see. It's a can't math right. That's 8.
3.
That is a
23.
23. You rocked her. She is almost done. Like she just did not see it coming. First of all, as you just come and you just jump across the water, like you haven't even hit the water like surface. You run from the dried surface, and you jump across, like basically just like Liu Kang, like a flying straight kick right into her, followed up with like just another flurry of hits. And you rung her bell. She is in a bad shape right now. And that's gonna be the end of your turn, right?
Yes.
All right, and Mechanicus, you keep tanking that chick if you want. See what you do.
How like hurt does she look?
She looks bad. They both look bad. If you actually have a chance to look at either one.
Okay. Mechanicus is gonna look down on the ground, and is there like a branch or something you can pick up and clever with it?
There's debris of like I wouldn't say branch because of the fact that everything looks decayed. There is a twig, like twigs everywhere, if that's what you're looking for.
He's gonna just reach down, grab a rock, bash her in the head with it.
All right. Improvised weapon. Go ahead and roll an attack without your proficiency. So just d20 with strength.
5.
You just fortunately missing with that 5. Everyone just kind of looks at you really confused for a quick second. And that's, I'm assuming, the end of your turn, right?
Yeah.
All right. Next up, Voxy.
I'm gonna try some poison spray to the face
To the face.
of a girl.
All right. And it's a DC save, right? Constitution
Yes.
save. And that's the one right next to you and Hellscream, since you guys are in the same space. And Constitution. Where is? There he goes. She rolls a 10. Okay? As you reach with your ornate mechanical hand and release this this cloud of greenish liquid that sprays across from when you release it with your hands. How do you want to do this?
Oh, geez, I don't know.
9 poisoning damage is just enough. As you feel the urge to protect this person who carries you.
I would definitely had it aimed at her face.
All right, so as soon as you bring up your hand and you release it, it's kind of like I don't know if you've seen Aliens when they like release that acid spit and it just goes across her face. You hear her shriek with a loud hiss as you see her face begins to burn. You see parts of it just starts to decay right off. This translucent skin it has begins to just fall off everywhere from her neck down. And as she begins to scream, the scream becomes a gargle. As you see her, a hole begins to form into what used to be its face as it drops. That's gonna be it for that Rizoka. And it's gonna be the end of your turn as you got your first kill with your new character.
Woo! I'll let out a
That's the end of your turn, you said?
Yes.
All right, next up is Rena at this point, as she noticed the immediate danger that was in front of you guys and just got killed. She just starts looking around. She's gonna skip her turn, actually, just kind of searching around. Thumric at this moment is taking an action to fix his weapon. And Hellscream, it's up to you.
Oh.
You see that one more exists between May and Theo, which Theo you can see is being entangled right now by the hair of this Rizoka.
So he's like low, in the sense, like underwater.
He looks like he's being submerged. Like the tension looks like the Rizoka is entangling him purposely to pull him in.
Okay, so he's not like technically in line of sight, right?
No,
All right,
you're
well,
you have higher ground anyway. The water is very much lower, like about good at least 5 feet.
All right, we're gonna cast Eldritch Blast
All right, as you reach deep down inside,
for a 20.
a 20. That hits for what 6 force damage as you slam the Eldritch Blast against the Rizalka. And please do explain.
Pierces
How-
through the belly button and then it explodes from the inside out.
Good enough. As you reach down deep inside, this new ability that you've encountered through the odd powers within these the set that you've received from your master himself. As you release the energy, as you blow a hole right through the creature, as it looks in awe, and its face begins to go slack as it slowly sinks into the water. As Theo, you feel the release of the hair from the Rizoka. As you guys look around, take your time, trying to figure out if that was the last of them. Everyone, you can see the rest of the explorers at this point looks uneasy, trying to figure out if there's more imminent danger around. And that's where we're going to pick up the next session. Hope you guys enjoyed.
Yeah.
Yeah, I killed a thing.